I call the Town of Mountain View Council Workshop Meeting of November 18th, 2024 to order at 6:31 p.m. Will the town administrator please call the roll? Let's use this one.
Mayor Mitchell.
Here.
Council members Algene.
Here.
William.
Here.
Dennis.
Here.
Lasher.
Here.
Unger.
Here.
That's his excuse. Quorum is present.
Thank you very much. So welcome everybody to our workshop. Thank you to Pastor Dan, who is not present at the moment, for his pizza and hosting us tonight again, for his assistance. Please help yourself to snacks. I think everybody knows where the bathrooms are, but they're right out the door, and there's another one downstairs. There's only one break on the agenda tonight. There will likely be another one. So if council could let me know when you guys need a break during the regular meeting, please just, put your hand up and say we need a break. So welcome to Bill Shrum from Downtown Colorado, Inc. He comes to us from our town administrator, has been working with Downtown Colorado, Inc. to understand how, what are some possible tools that could be available to help help get the commercial areas in our town jump-started. What are some possible tools? Because one of the most important things we can do is think about long-term financial sustainability. So the concept here, by having Downtown Colorado Inc. start to talk to us about this, is to begin to familiarize the council and our residents with the possible tools, and then have a series of conversations. So don't expect all of this information to be the beginning and the end. It's just the beginning. Thank you very much for being here.
Yeah, absolutely.
You have the floor.
Thanks so much.
Yeah, if you want to use that.
Yeah, this is mine. So yeah, thank you, Mayor and Council. It's a pleasure to be here tonight. My name is Bill Shrum. I'm Director of Operations for Downtown Colorado, Inc. And we had the chance to meet earlier this year, but John has been attended several of our events since we've met, I think, the middle of this year. And hopefully speaking highly of us, but our goal is to get out into communities and really be boots on the ground talking to folks just like yourself about this stuff. We might talk about things like tax increment financing. It's not up here. It really is not. It's pretty basic stuff. If you guys can handle running a city, what I'm going to present to you is quite a bit easier. But you do have to do it right. So this is an opportunity, as the mayor said, for me to introduce it to you. But we are a member-based organization. We're a nonprofit that started here in Denver, 1982, and we've been going here for 40-some years. And no signs of slowing down, that's for sure. But we got started to help communities understand urban renewal and what goes on in urban renewal. And granted, in the 80s, urban renewal in town didn't have the best of raps, right? But since then, we've learned a lot about how to do economic development. Denver itself has changed quite a bit. I think the tools that are used have changed quite a bit as well. When we first started, urban renewal authorities were the only game in town, and now there's several different types of districts that you could potentially create, as well as different financing mechanisms that communities use to really do the great things. If you've been to Old Town Arvada or Belmar in Lakewood, those kind of communities are going to use the tools that I'm talking about here today to make the places that you really enjoy, right? And there's no reason why you couldn't do that very same thing here. So that's me. Unfortunately, our director couldn't make it today, so I'll do my best to hold it down myself. So the agenda for today, and I apologize, I assume that y'all got it pulled up here, because it would be horrible to have to turn around and look at that the whole time. But I want to walk through some initial steps of understanding what your commercial area needs, because again, our focus is not just pitching the same thing to every single community. We very much are rooted in understanding what you need to be successful. And what you need is going to be different than Old Town Arvada, different than Lakewood, right? Different than these different communities. But I want to start with that. I want to talk very briefly, high level, about what the different types of organizations might look like that could help you. I want to end with a couple case studies and then talk about why what we're talking about today. And again, John, the mayor, we've had some conversations previously about how it synergizes with your comprehensive plan that you just finished with, and how this or some of these tools might actually help you accelerate and implement some of the objectives from that plan. And so I want to start with this quote here. So Peter Kageyama, in his book For the Love of Cities, he has this quote that says, "People are longing for a place not only to live, but to love." And we like to start with this quote because, as I said, we are very much interested in finding out what it is that you care about. What is it that you love? And your examples and your interests are going to be much different than any other community. When we start with questions around this, we tend to find really good answers, right? I might not know what they look like right now, and I don't have any presuppositions, right? But we have a process, and we've been doing this for a very long time in communities all throughout the state. We're pretty good at this process of figuring out what it is you love and being able to match up. Okay, this is what you're looking for. How can we help you make that happen? So to start with, I wanted to share this slide here, which has got an example of different life cycles of business or of commercial area generally, right? And so there's three different types to think about in a commercial area or district. You could be stagnant, you could be growing, or you could be mature. And each of them has different needs. Each of them has different characteristics. You'll see different things on the ground, right? And while it's only three categories, the gray area in between them is pretty large, right? The key here, though, is that if you're not true to yourselves about where you're at, the rest of this process may not be very successful for you, because if we try and give you solutions that are not matching your characteristics on the ground, the solutions implemented might not do very well, right? Even if they work in other communities, okay? So looking at these real quick, I'm just curious, what stood off the page to you? Which of these do you think you're at? And was there a characteristic, or is there an element of this that tips you off to say, yeah, I think this is where we might be?
Council members have any thoughts on that?
When I read it, I thought somewhere between stagnant and growing.
Okay.
Elements of both, perhaps.
Okay, yeah, both is good. Why would you say that? Sorry.
We, we're a small town, but we have some unutilized commercial areas. I think in the corner of Sheridan and 44th, for example, that's been unutilized for quite some time. So
Sure.
we have some, successful businesses as well that are vibrant community members. So I feel like we're kind of somewhere in between.
Yeah, and any new ones come in lately, or
Mm-mm.
no? Okay. Any other thoughts? What do you think?
Same. I think we want to be growing.
You want to be growing? Okay. And that's an acknowledgement that you're not there at that growing stage yet?
I think we're at the very beginning of the
Mm.
growing stage. I think we just need a little bit of like someone to direct us in the growing stage.
Okay.
Mhm.
Excellent, thank you.
See, just in time.
Yeah, and again, this isn't something that there's a scorecard for or anything like that, but this is a great little foundational piece to understand, hey, where are we at? And some of the things that we're talking about to fit the characteristics that we see here. And again, the reason why this is important is because understanding where you're at is going to dictate the priorities that are going to come from a process and working with us. And that ideally that you guys are going to be looking for if you want to implement some of these economic development tools, right? So in some cases, when I'm looking at that stagnant part, sometimes it's just stabilizing, right? There are some communities in zip codes and tax areas that have pretty significant incomes that you would argue, or they would They call us up and say, hey, we think we're mature and everyone's leaving our commercial area. And I'm like, well, does that mean you're mature? Or you're on the other side, right? If you're seeing a lot of businesses close up and you don't know why, that's kind of it's a sign that you might be in that stagnant phase and you need to simply stabilize, right? Or if you need to create confidence and create some community around those business owners, right? And just a quick shout out to everyone here. I've been doing this for 3 years, and per capita, this is the most well-attended meeting I've ever been to. Per capita. So I have to give you guys credit for that. This is great. Because 1-2% of the entire town is here in this room right now. So
Hand out the flyer.
yeah, that would be great. Thank you. And yes, I do have, this is going to be engaging for you as well. Please take a moment and fill out the flyers that we have here as just a brief understanding of where you all are at as well as a community. That would be a huge part of the process and really appreciate it. So if you need to build community around a project, maybe in a stagnant phase, and in that grade continuum, as you said, having good buy-in and having the community behind you indicates that you're more in the growing stage, right? Which is nice. Maybe it's the marketing the area to attract new, not only customers, but new businesses. That's a growing characteristic, right? Saw that come up in your comprehensive plan quite a bit. Conveying a new or emerging image. I think that rang through in your comprehensive plan really strong, right? You understand who you are, but how do you tell everyone else, right? That's a great thing. And one of the first things I said too, when John and I had our first conversation, I asked him, did he have a comprehensive plan? He's like, we just finished it. And I was like, oh, this is great. Because when you guys have gone through the work to put a comprehensive plan together, you've done all of that work to try and tell everyone else, like me, here's what we're for. This is what we want to see. And it makes it so much easier for someone like myself to get a sense of where you're at when I can see a recently completed plan. So I really congratulate you on that. I know it's a lot of work, but it's going to be really, really helpful right now. So that should feel good. Now, there's a lot of different tools to be able to do this kind of work. And they're along a continuum between, are they completely private sector, not really involved with the town, or are they very much involved with the town, right? And so just briefly, I'm going to describe each of these here. A couple of these tools include nonprofit organizations, which are completely private, right? You may have a council member on the board of a nonprofit, but you don't have to. It depends on how the nonprofit's set up. Next one over is a business improvement district. How many of you have heard of a business improvement district before today? Okay, that's all right. We're gonna check all of that off here by the end of this meeting. So business improvement district, I'll speak to the characteristics a little bit more here basically, but it's almost like a private entity in the sense that the district itself votes to create it. Okay, it's a special district election. If you had a special district election here in town, it's not a townwide election. Only the parcels that are included in the boundaries get a vote. Okay, so that's why it's a little private. A downtown development authority is kind of right in the middle of that public-private situation, right? You have to have the same district election, but you have some tools that are granted because of the authority of the town. Okay, one of those includes tax increment finance, right? You can also do a mill levy, just like a business improvement district, but you have a tax increment finance opportunity where business improvement districts don't. There are some additional tools that a downtown development authority might have, and a lot more engagement from the town, insofar as that the town council approves what the bylaws look like for a DDA. The town council cannot do that for a business improvement district. And then finally, an urban renewal authority is the one that's most aligned with the public sector, right? It is a quasi-governmental district, but it is an administrative action of the town. It is not even a vote. The town, after finding blighting conditions in certain areas, can just draw the boundary and create an urban renewal authority as a legislative action of the council, right? There is an independent board. Sometimes it's the council on that board, sometimes it's not. Depends how you set it up. But very much the urban renewal authority is overseen by the town, the budget is approved by the town, the policies are adopted by the council, and it's very much on the public sector side of things.
Can I ask a quick question?
Yeah.
I hope I don't throw you too much for a loop, but I don't know, where does that, I've heard a lot about PPPs or
Public-private partnerships,
private
Yeah.
partnerships. Where does that fall in that continuum?
all of them, all of them. In fact, public-private partnerships are how things get done in this country. And if you think otherwise, I mean, governments are good at a couple of things, but when it comes to business and business districts and business things, it's really hard for the government to be in business stuff, right?
So it would be a tool that one of those governing entities would use.
Absolutely,
potentially.
yeah. And when you say tool, I'm going to replace that word with policies, right? Because one of the things we can help you with, because we work with all of these organizations across the state, right? We are the representative sort of organization for each of these. And when you do it and do it right, you adopt policies that are transparent and that advertise that you are a district looking to do public-private partnerships, right? So good policies can make that happen.
Thank you.
Mhm. So just to highlight a couple of things on this slide as well that defines a little bit more of what the differences are here. I mentioned tax increment financing. That's another one. Show of hands if you know what tax increment financing is. Okay, so we're going to learn some more stuff here today, which is great. It's a very simple concept, but it's something that's allowed by statute to enable communities to use these districts to raise funds without raising taxes. I'm a fan of that. I think a lot of people are a fan of that. So the tool tax increment financing can be used by downtown development authorities and urban renewal authorities. They cannot be used by business improvement districts. Business improvement districts and downtown development authorities can assess a mill levy because it's a vote of the district. Basically, you know, taxation with representation. There was a war about that, right? The people within the district can choose to assess a mill levy on themselves to be used for certain things. That's another way to raise some funds, right? So between the mill levy and the tax increment financing, those are your two biggest ways of being able to generate some funds into one of these three districts, if this is what you go with. But all the folks that we're talking about and all the examples when you're talking about what kind of a downtown or a community do we want to use, they're probably using one, if not all of these things. So that's why those financing things are going to be important. So this is tax increment financing in a nutshell. When you adopt a district and you are able to create one of these things, you set a baseline for what the tax income is on the parcels within that district, right? That's the baseline. That baseline is in gray here, okay? The way Colorado works is that the collections that come in through that continue to come in through that, right? Just recently, we had an assessment change, and I'm sure, you know, Mountain View, being a small town, you still went through the same thing as everyone else when the recent assessment went through, and everyone's like, holy crap, everything got expensive, right? If it gets more expensive just because things get more expensive, that's added to the gray, right? So your schools, your libraries, your fire districts, you guys are part of Denver Water, right? You have a wastewater, Wheat Ridge Water. Okay, if you're a part of any other taxing district or your mill levy goes to different places, those folks get the exact same money that they get during that baseline, and any regular adjustments to valuation stays the same, right? The difference is that if you do any new development within that district, what is your mill levy here in town, Mayor?
3.1.
Oh, it's overall, it's 60, 70 mills.
Oh. I thought it was
3.1 is what's we're passing.
Oh,
today,
what's,
so I think
oh,
that's-
what's assessed, I'm sorry, what's generally assessed on a parcel?
It's
you
in
know?
our packets.
Okay,
Administrator.
usually,
Help me out here.
okay, that's all right. I'll just assume it's usually around 60 or 80, 60 to 80 here in, you know, Colorado for various reasons, right? And it would make sense that you guys get 3.1 because as you know, of the entire property tax levy, the town gets like itty bitty small, right? Very little. When you have tax increment financing, the difference from that baseline, 100% of the difference comes back into the district, right? So everyone gets what they would have got. Red Rocks Community College, the county, everyone else gets what they would have got. But if you do development, you get 100% of that difference. And that adds up real quick because right now you're playing with 3 mills in a big pool. Well, when you get the difference and that's that big pool, that's a big difference, especially if you have some lots that right now are like a parking lot, right? Doesn't have a lot of improved value, but there's a huge change in value. And you get 100% of that difference over 25 or 30 years. That adds up real fast, right? Downtown Fort Collins runs a pool and ice rink, and all of the brick and all the lighting and everything that you see going on in downtown Fort Collins is through tax increment financing because of their downtown development authority. It can get pretty significant. Do you have a question?
Oh, no,
Okay.
sorry.
You look like right on
Oh,
the
no, I
edge.
just had it.
So again, the difference is only generated on improvements that happen in the district, okay? If there's no improvements, there's no change. Even if there is improvements, whatever people would have got, they continue to get, right? So you don't take away from anything that they're already getting. At the end of this term, whether it be 25 years if you create an urban renewal authority or 30 years if you do a downtown development authority, the new taxing measure is that huge green wedge that you see there. And that's why this is a great tool, is because of the investment and reinvestment in the district, you're creating this big blue wedge that over the period of time, instead of getting what would have happened without this investment, being the top of the baseline there in gray, you're getting the top of the blue. And everyone wins, right? As Kat, our director, says, it's almost like a 401k for all of these other districts. They give you a little bit of money to invest in your community now, and you make everything worth more come later, right? Everyone wins. And you don't have to raise taxes. So just quickly, I know I have a few minutes left, but I want to give you some examples of what it looks like to go through this process of like, what do we do? After joining DCI, I was the assistant town manager in Eagle, Colorado. How many of you have been to Eagle? A couple of you. Awesome little town, right? And it's not Vail. Everyone in Eagle is like, do not dare confuse us with Vail. It is not the same. Eagle was incorporated in 1905, and it was initially settled in the 1880s, right? They have an old school downtown street grid, right? Which is very rare in the mountains. For the longest time, though, their downtown was very stagnant, right? They had businesses closing. They didn't have a lot going on. The town put $10 million into streetscaping, cash, right? They didn't have that much cash, and they put it into streetscaping. And after 10 years, nothing happened. So I get up there, and our town manager, Randy Ryder, and some other folks, and council was like, hey, guys, in 2006, we put all this money into the downtown. Nothing's happened since. Please do something, right? So we started off a process working with the DBA, which is their Downtown Business Alliance, a nonprofit, to figure out what it is in downtown Eagle they wanted to see. That process gave us a list that you see here, these 6. They wanted to see business community support, they wanted a new regulatory environment for the businesses coming into town. They wanted better communications and to market their district, especially competing against Vail. They wanted to create an experience economy. They wanted to celebrate their arts and cultural heritage, and they wanted people to come and visit because there were things being made in downtown Eagle by people who live there. right? They wanted to celebrate that. They wanted better access and mobility, despite all the money on the streets. The parking was a mess. So they wanted better parking. And then lastly, they wanted creative placemaking, the kind that makes you feel like you are in Eagle rather than just in some mountain town, right? And what they ended up doing is creating a downtown development authority. It was roughly 2 years process. When I was with the town, we worked with Downtown Colorado Inc. to go through all of this. We ended up passing the ballot measure. We created the plan of development, which is the plan that basically enacts or empowers the DDA to do its work, approved by the council. And then we also went back and asked for debt authorization. The secret to a debt authorization is that this blue here is great if you're in year 30. If you're in year 1, there ain't a lot of blue there. With a debt authorization, you can actually bond or loan or lend against the blue, right? Jumpstart it. Take some of this over here and put it over here, right? And especially if you put a policy in place that says we're not going to give away any more than what we get, but you, private sector folks, you do the investment first, we will repay you based on performance. If you hit these goals, if you build this out, if you employ X number of people, we will give you part of this blue that you would generate up front or in a scheduled delivery over 10, 15 years, whatever it might be. That really helps the private sector make a deal work. It helps you out because you don't have to give it all away. And you can use it up front year 1, year 2, year 3. So the debt authorization was a big deal. Downtown Longmont is another great example of a partnership. Longmont has everything. They have an urban renewal authority, they have a downtown development authority, they have a business improvement district, a general improvement district. They have different mill levies, and they have the town capital fund all contributing to downtown Longmont. But downtown Longmont is awesome. I grew up, actually, I went to Pomona High School, so I grew up around here and know this area pretty well. In the 80s and 90s, no one from here ever went to Longmont on purpose, right? just to get through town, maybe, right? And now downtown Longmont is amazing. They're doing awesome work, right? But they combine all of these and they work together through what's called an intergovernmental agreement, right? Because these districts are quasi-governmental entities, you can create intergovernmental agreements between the DDA and the town, or the URA and the town, or between what's the town that's right across the way here? Small town. Edgewater is on the other side of Sheridan.
No.
Lakeside.
Oh, that'd be Denver. Okay, yeah, Denver. Yes, I've heard of them. So if you want to do work with them, right, you can make an IGA, not from the town, but from the URA to Denver. So the town doesn't necessarily have to get involved in that business, but you have an entity that can make those agreements, right? Intergovernmental agreements are how these things work. Lastly, you talked about P3. Parker stole that because Parker's doing awesome work as well. Their urban renewal authority is called Partnering for Parker's Progress. Their urban renewal authority is doing some really innovative stuff, but they are doing awesome work when it comes to public art and placemaking. And so this slide is up there. It's in your packet just as an example. Look them up. Watch some of their videos online and see what it is this stuff looks like when you put it into the ground. What does this tax increment financing do for me if I'm working with a developer to put some of these funds to use? Parker is a great example of that. And the last slides I have here until I'm done is I went through and just took a look at some of your action items in your comprehensive plan. And there's a lot. I did not include them all because there's a lot. But I wanted to go through and at least give you a sense of, based on the combination of funding mechanisms and legislative authority of these districts, what could these districts do when it came to checking off some of these objectives, right? Business improvement districts are somewhat limited, not necessarily because of their scope, right? You can create a business improvement district. In fact, downtown Boulder is a business improvement district. If you've been to Pearl Street Mall, the bricks on the mall, the facades, the flowers, that's all the business improvement district. If you have a really big district with a whole lot of money, you can do some stuff in the ground. Generally, business improvement districts don't handle that kind of infrastructure though. You kind of want tax increment financing if you're going to do that. That's why the DDA probably has more checkboxes up there than anything else, because you can kind of do both if that's the way you want to go. Urban renewal authorities with tax increment financing happen to check a lot of the boxes that you have up here. So I just wanted to say again, we're not coming through with a prescription today. I wanted to give you guys some awareness of what these tools look like, but take, I guess, take heart in knowing that a lot of the things that you guys said were important are things that we can help you do with one of these tools or a combination of these tools. And I think, again, we're going to be working together for quite a while here, next couple of months, learning a little bit more about what these tools can do, what might be the right fit for the town, and then putting together a recommendation so that we can maybe get one of these things here and help you guys get some check boxes. So with that, oh, sorry, this is my last slide, sorry. I wanted to at least end by saying that it takes a village, right? Even in a small town. Exactly to the point of the public-private partnership, right? All of these folks need to be at the table, right? These kinds of things, especially DDAs and BIDs, where you're doing an election, require people who are not you. So you want to be sure that whatever they're voting on is what they want. If you try and tell them what they want, they're going to give you a no vote if that's not what they want, right? And I don't recommend putting anything on the ballot that you know isn't going to pass, right? I've been around long enough and I have a couple gray hairs to show it. Don't do that. You need everyone to be on the same page, right? And so the way we do this work, at least as long as you're working with us, is that we want to bring all these folks to the table. We want to be sure that your partners, the investment community, other districts in town or nearby can come in and help you, give you suggestions, right? That there's municipal alignment with you, that the merchants, the property owners, everyone's on the same page. They might not agree on 100% of it, but on enough of it to where when we put a plan together, that we can all feel good about doing the things that we agree on, right? That's where we're coming from. Hopefully, again, as we continue to do work together, that's where you guys are coming from as well. And so now with that, if you have any questions, I'm happy to help.
I wonder if we are already a little bit over time, but it's very valuable information. I wonder if we could sort of give a very brief preview of what the challenge program is.
Oh, sure.
Because we have a second reading of the budget tonight, and that includes money to participate in
In the
that
challenge. Oh, great.
$5,000. I
Okay.
think that's right. And then part of what would happen with that is we would invite a member of the public to participate
Yeah.
and be on that committee that moves forward
Yeah.
with this idea.
Yeah.
So
Briefly, what's that about?
yeah,
Okay.
briefly, what's the challenge?
Got it.
program?
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. So the Colorado Challenge Program, Challenge Accelerator Program, because you guys are looking at the accelerated type, is something we've been doing with DCI for 7 years, right? We're going on our 8th cohort. We've helped more than 50 communities, and there's like 400 and change communities in the entire state. So 50 is like an eighth of Colorado has been through this program. We try and find a parcel or a couple of parcels in town that you consider a challenge and turn them into an opportunity. We'll work through the specifics of what tools might be out there to help that particular project, right? But we do the whole thing, even though we want to move the ball forward and move the needle on one of these sites, we do the whole thing under the guise of trying to build capacity for all of you so that it's not just a one-off, but you understand the process to do the same thing with the parcel right next door or the parcel down the street and be a catalytic sort of change for your community. It's a 6-month program. There's 8 different webinars and a whole lot of extra stuff. When we do the program, we like to give 10 different memberships out as a part of that, right? So as council, I would recommend that you all be included in some of that, as well as some of the community. There's going to be online resources and webinars, like I said, that you can watch even at your own time. There's going to be hosted facilitations with some of our leaders in that space, and it culminates in our conference in Greeley, April 1st through 4th. where we do a deep dive on the site that you've selected. We partner you up with developers, with financial folks in this industry, with real estate folks, businesses, all the different types of folks to sort of give you the feedback of what do you need to get that parcel activated, advertised, right? Put an RFP together if you want to do a public-private partnership. But the things that you need to put together to activate that space so that you can come home after the conference and really get a launch forward. So we would love to have you guys be a part of the program. We've got several communities already signed up to be engaged in the tier 1 level this coming year. So you would be a part of that cohort. And you're a much closer drive. So I would be able to help you in person a whole lot more.
Thank
So,
you so much. Really appreciate it. Does council have any questions?
I'm just curious what other communities have signed up to be part of that cohort.
The other communities that have signed up. Okay, so we have Fraser, Frederick, Granby, Silt, Parachute, and we're talking to Rifle and Newcastle. Windsor has joined. And I think, and there's probably more that we have interviews with, but those are the ones we've had conversations with. So
Very.
yeah, they're all over.
So the idea is then we'll bring you back for another session, another workshop, and we'll start talking in more detail if they fund that with the second reading of the budget.
There would be a couple more workshops, yeah.
Okay, great. And so I would encourage members of the public who are hearing about this and interested to start thinking if these are things that you'd be interested in participating as well. Thank you very much for your time. Really appreciate it.
Yeah, it's a pleasure meeting you all. Thank you so much for your time today.
Thank you. Thank you. Next up on our agenda, we have our utility rates, our 2025 utility rates proposal, which, I'm going to give the floor to our public works coordinator to sort of set the stage for what this is, but basically, this is the beginning of making the decision about the 2025 utility rates. The council will make that decision. You have the floor.
What I wanted to do was to just give you a little bit of a background of where this all came from and what started this utility audit that we did. It basically started last in 2023, in the first part of 2023, when we were making the change on the trash cans. And the whole thing was that we asked the question, how many people are we billing for trash? And you'd be surprised that nobody seemed to know exactly how many there was. A little bit later in the year, we were looking at ADU addresses and trying to question, well, why don't we have some standardized addressing format for ADUs? Also, who has ADUs and all of that. The final thing was that when we got to the end of 2023 and we were looking at what we should do with utility rates at that time, should we raise them, should we lower them? Ultimately, what came down to is, again, the question was, how many people are we billing, and are we billing all the right people? So basically what we ended up doing is we decided we needed to do an audit. And in that audit, what we were trying to do is to confirm how many residential addresses and ADUs we have in town. We were doing that by actually walking around and looking at who has ADUs and seeing who has addresses.
That's what's causing the feedback.
I think it's right here.
It's not from having this next to that. We put this on the.
I think it's this.
Okay.
Ultimately, what we ended up doing is after we had done a physical inventory of what was out in the streets, then we compared that to what Metro Water Recovery was charging us. That's our sewer provider. Basically, what it came down to is what we were realizing is that every time somebody has an ADU, Metro Water Recovery recognizes that because we bill that person for adding another ADU to the system. Metro then started charging us higher. The reason that we were looking at this was because of the fact that we realized that a lot of people had ADUs that were not being charged for sewer service, even though they technically are using the sewer service. After we had compared it to the Metro Water Recovery, then we compared it to Cassell, which is our billing apparatus, and we made sure that all the addresses that we had were now being billed. Ultimately, what we were trying to do was to set it up so that for every residence in town and every ADU in town, things that we're calling a single family residence, each of them should be getting billed for their sewer treatment, their sewer maintenance, and also for their trash service. So that's kind of where we were starting from, and then we started working on numbers.
And the commercial too?
Commercial, that was another issue that we came across, was that when we were looking into the Cassell and what we were billing, we realized that some of the businesses weren't actually paying for their sewer service. Some of that was because they were closed and they weren't actually doing anything at that business. But aside from that,
Oh, my goodness.
they should still be paying for the sewer service, and they should be paying for the sewer, the maintenance also.
Thank you, David. I'll just move over here a little bit to avoid feedback zone. So the work that staff did doing this audit really set us up for a great position. We're able to spread the cost of our sewer and trash over a greater number of units or people. And part of that is, yes, we were kind of undercharging the commercial entities in town in terms of I always like to use the example of Arby's, where they were not, you think of Arby's, they have a big commercial kitchen, they have people kind of going in and out all day long. They were paying a similar rate as a single family household. So making that adjustment, where then Arby's is paying 6 times what you would be paying, to really kind of allow us to capture what they're actually utilizing at that location, helps lower everyone's bill. So that's very helpful. A few other changes, the trash service. So one of the things about kind of utility billing, we try to, the approach that we're proposing is to try to match up the town's costs with what we bill to residents. So the bill that we get from Summit, they charge us on a per cart or bin, depending on your terminology, basis. So if you have an extra cart, the town is getting charged extra for that. So this proposal would just make this really more fair, where you pay for what you get. So that has the impact of lowering. We're able to lower rates from $240 a year to $218 for that first cart. Also, for a typical person, for the sewer, you're paying $510 for just a regular single family home. In 2024, we're proposing lowering that to $496. I will
I'm
note
sorry,
that.
can I get you all, you're about to say?
Yeah, so we'll note the packet, that number was higher, that was kind of an average, but Dave and I connected this afternoon, and this is, we were trying to give an example of what most people would see. So living in one and paying one unit bill and having one trash can. So that's this first diagram up here better reflects that than what was submitted in the packet, and apologies for that confusion. The next shows kind of the more equitable charging rate. So based on flow, commercial entities would pay a larger percentage. Also, it's very clear, what type of housing unit pays is a unit. There's a little bit of, it's kind of convoluted as we're currently doing it. So this really has a lot of benefits in just making bills simpler and easier to understand and easier on the staff side to administer. So what does that mean if you add everything up? The typical savings for somebody with a single family home and one car would see a savings of $45 from last year. Now, if you look to the fund balance and kind of our fund reserve policy, that's kind of where this next step is important. So we have a very healthy balance. The fund reserve policy that we put into place earlier this year calls for a 6-month minimum, where we want to make sure we have at least 60 grand to make sure that we're paid. We don't, if we have any emergency bills like a sewer line breaks, we want to make sure we have enough money in the bank to pay for that. So we've been steadily drawing down on that balance over the last couple of years. You see, we had 255 in 2022, and what we're hoping to do is really try to stabilize that. Staff did a lot of work on putting together kind of a 10-year outlook on our capital improvement schedule. We've got a recommendation from our engineers to do some sewer line maintenance over the next 3 years, which is going to run about $50,000 a year. Yeah. So we're knowing we've got that big expense in the next 3 years. And so knowing that we're at about 200,000 and we've got this big expense in the next 3 years, we're hoping to increase fund revenue. And what's this proposal brings is an increase of actually 11%. Now, you're not going to see an increase of 11% on your bills because we did this audit and because we staffed done all this great work to kind of spread that out. But so it'll allow us to really be in a better position financially to make these investments. And because we're trying to stabilize that fund balance, we're also recommending that we eliminate the 2 discounts that are currently in effect. That's the senior discount and the pay in advance discount. So the senior discount is basically a 10% discount. And then the pay in advance discount is $67 at the end of the year for fourth quarter trash if you pay all in advance. So that, again, because of the audit, I feel like it's a good year to do this because we do have that overall decrease of $45 to kind of offset some of the burden that those residents that had discounts would be paying more. Certainly there's some flexibility here. Just like any budget item, if you want to keep rates lower or if you want to raise rates, there can be some discussion on that. We're happy to the next step on this would be bring this back as a resolution at our December meeting to then enact new rates for the new year for the bills going out for January.
Thank you so much. So essentially, I'll ask the first question and then I'll give the floor to council members who might want to ask questions of staff so that we really understand what the proposal is so that when it comes back to the table for a resolution, we feel pretty clear that this is something that we have thought through. So my summary understanding of this, and I really do appreciate the amount of work that has gone into the audit to get to this place is extensive. And I think you guys have done a really good job of really understanding what it is that the town is charged so that we can fairly charge our community members, both our residents and our commercial. So my best understanding is that it is taking, because we are charging more entities, residents or commercial, we are spreading the costs out further, the rates go down. Is that essentially the idea?
Yeah, so what we're proposing for next year is to actually overall increase revenue in the fund by 11%. But because of these discounts, the typical ratepayer will see $45 in savings next year.
Thank you. Questions from our council? Mayor Pro Tem Bailey.
I'm assuming this will go out if we council does choose to pass it, we'll do notification to residents about the rate changes and also if they would like to give up a cart because now they'll be charged for it, it gives them the opportunity to make adjustments before they're charged with it and then they'll have to deal with the cart return and all that kind of stuff.
Absolutely. So we'll do some outreach through everybody who's a ratepayer will get a notice, a letter with their first quarter bill. We'll also do some social media outreach and other messaging to make sure that folks know the changes are coming and they have options to make some changes as well.
What about people paying online? Because a lot of times you don't get a bill and then I'm just
I'm
worried
gonna
about the
repeat that
notification.
question so that people online can hear it. What about people paying online? How would they get notified?
Because it's automatic.
We actually have. We actually have a list of everybody who has extra carts. So what we will be doing is Public Works will be going out and talking to them and saying, this is what's going to happen to your bill. Make sure that they want to keep that cart, or if they want to return it, then we'll just return it at that time.
Wonderful, thank you.
Councilmember Elgin.
This also applies to recycle bins as well?
Yes.
Okay, and then another question I have is, let me see if I can formulate this. The senior discount, what would be their increase if we were to pass this as a resolution? What would be their increase without having the seniors?
Good question, Councilmember. So if you look on the screen, so a typical senior with one cart and living in a single family residence would see the $76 discount would go away. But they would be receiving a $45 overall discount like everybody in town. So there would be a net increase of $31 for the year.
Okay, so if a senior would need help, is there any way that we could help them with perhaps a proposed grant?
This is something, it's a good question, because one of the things that has, I'm just gonna jump in here, so it's a policy decision. One of the things about the two discounts that we currently have, it is, they don't seem super fair and based on need, right? So my dad, who lives in town and owns property, he doesn't need a discount. I'm very grateful for that. He is too, but because he is 82 years old, he gets a discount. And so it would be more fair if we could have a need-based discount so that people could then apply for it and say, I do need help. And then council could have like parameters that say we give discounts based on this level of need. Also, the pay in advance discount is only, he does pay in advance every time because he gets a discount. So has more means at his disposal and is able to pay in advance. So he gets a discount. How's that fair? That just doesn't seem fair to me. And it's not actually serving the needs of the people who need it. So I would suggest that if we want to create a discount for people who need it by financial means, let's do it.
Thank you.
And you could, make specific suggestions that we could bring forward.
I'll make a quick point. So the total cost of the discount, total cost of the discount program for the last several years has been about $4,000. So it's not going to break the bank. It's a little bit more in consideration of if you're utilizing the fund resources, which is smaller than the general fund. But there's not a ton of people that are enrolled in these discounts.
Partly because we haven't advertised them. So if we did create a discount and we advertised it, I suspect that number would go up. Because it's kind of word of mouth, which has also always been part of what doesn't seem fair to me. People learn of it from their neighbors or because they come to the window and pay and ask, but it's not something that we make a big thing about. It could be like the sidewalk program, where we could say there's a certain amount of money that we would be willing, like $4,000 or $3,000 or whatever you guys decided. That's what you'd like to budget for assisting people in need. Let's just real quick see if there's anybody else who has a question or comment from those who haven't spoken yet.
Do we have an idea of how many seniors are getting the discount? Do we have a total?
Not off the top of my head, if Nicole was here, she would know, but in aggregate, it was about a $4,000 cost to the town for the two discount programs, I know that.
And just another quick question, I think y'all can hear me.
We need it for the recording.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Online.
Okay,
Yeah.
thank you. Why wouldn't a senior discount be public information? Why is that word of mouth?
We just have never advertised it. We've never said this is something that we do and advertise it, partly because I haven't been able to find a resolution that says it. Like, I don't know if we have that somewhere. It's been I inherited it. And so I would say that it's something that it would be good to have that very clearly stated, what the discounts are and what the rates are, so that then we can start advertising.
I think in terms of our communication efforts, staff's excited. We've done a lot of work this year to get kind of nuts and bolts to the audit, and we really want to provide a plan that's straightforward, fair to everyone, well understood, and really in next month do a good communication rollout to everybody to make sure it's well understood.
It's not like it's kept a secret or anything. Like if somebody comes to the window and pays and they're told about it. So it's not like we're being secretive. It's just, I haven't asked us to advertise it because it wasn't clear to me. Other questions from staff or from council?
I just wondered if staff could speak to the problems that have been created with the discounts in terms of staff hours and computing, doing the billing and all that. If you could speak to that.
Yeah, so good observation. There is an administrative cost to administering two different discounts to different people. It's something we have the functionality to do, but it does create some challenges. I would say also simplifying our rate structure that's proposed would also administratively kind of reduce a lot of the burden as well. Those would be simpler, easier to understand, not from just staff's standpoint, but from ratepayers as well. So there's some big benefits to that.
Other questions, comments, concerns? So if we bring this forward as a resolution at the December meeting, are you guys comfortable letting go of the two discounts that we're currently offering without bringing an additional discount to consider at that time that's based on need? Or do you want to go ahead and bring a based on need discount to the floor? Councilmember Lasher.
I just have a question. I don't know if this is something, instead of making like a $4,000 need based for just the trash, can we like approve something, or like would people be interested in like improving or like having a account where it was like for any community member who needed help with anything? Like if a community member was like, hey, I need help with groceries this month. Like, is that something that we could pass, where it was like not just for trash, where it was like we could just have an account with any community member who came forward with a need at a certain time? Is that something we could know? Austin, you're shaking your head. No, all right.
It's a great idea. I like it.
Could certainly look into it. I think my first hesitation is if they start using it for legal purposes, I don't want to be liable for that, so we get a big waiver from them. But we can certainly look into it.
Councilmember Algene, I know that this is something that is near and dear to your heart, serving people in need. So I want to give you time to think about if you want to ask your fellow council members if they would want to bring forward that at the next meeting.
You want, let me make sure I'm clear. You want me to ask the council members if they would consider a grant for senior citizens in need for payment of the sewer.
However you want to do it. I don't
Okay,
know
just
how,
that.
yeah, okay,
So I just said it.
yeah, so,
So I do feel that if we're gonna ask for an increase, and right now, currently, in with the cost of living, I think that for some, they may not see that increase is significant, but when you're in a hardship and you're in, when you have difficulty, that I think that yes, we should be able to offer that service for seniors who own their home and, have like just increased property taxes and the struggles that they're having just as senior citizens.
so you'd like to offer, have a program that is a discount that those in need can apply for?
Yes, yes.
Do they have to be seniors or can they just be people in need?
Well, that's a good point. When I was looking at this, okay, so it's difficult to come up with things like this on the fly, right? Especially when we get our agenda on Friday and we're to make decisions on Monday. But when I see that when we're talking about removal of the senior discount, that's what I'm focusing on, is that they will have an increase of $31. So for me to say, those in need, if we would need to have another program for those who are having financial difficulty paying the sewer, I think that's a different topic for us to discuss.
Do you understand that there are people in the community who, because they're seniors, they get the discount, but they don't have the need for the discount? That's what I'm trying to address.
Yes, I understand that.
Say that.
I'm clear on that. What I'm saying is those seniors who now are going to be affected by the increase, if that is a financial hardship, then those who are experiencing that financial hardship, can we look at offering them a grant?
Administrator Beltrone.
I just wanted to, I guess, put out an option for the board. We don't have to flesh all the details out tonight. If you're wanting to reserve a certain amount of money for a grant program for 2025, we could amend the budget later this evening to account for that. And then we could kind of figure out, staff could work on kind of try to get some direction from the board, and then work on something and present it at the next meeting.
Perfect. That's where I'm trying to go. Thank you for articulating that. So in general, do we have other people on council that are supportive of that idea?
I mean, I would like to do it for everyone, not just a group. Like, I think if we're gonna offer, oh, sorry, I think if we're gonna do it for one group of people, I don't think it's fair to not do it for, not have a fund for everyone who needs help. Not just seniors need help.
I agree. Okay, so let's then ask staff to put together some options based on what we've heard for what might work. And let's then, when we're doing the budget, make sure that we set aside some money for a program of this nature. Does that sound about right? Okay, so we can talk about that then at the second reading of the budget, what that number is. But other than that, these numbers make sense in the way that we're talking about it. It's going to result in a need to communicate really well. And because I'm going to use my own house as an example again. I have, well, actually on the opposite side, so I should use a hypothetical. If there's a house with a duplex that is a rental in the back, they have not always been charged for that rental in the back, that ADU. accessory dwelling unit. Although the town pays for that, the town is charged for it. We have not been passing that through. We are gonna be passing that charge through, so there are gonna be some people who their bill will double because of that. Because the charge for an ADU is the same as the charge for a single family dwelling. So I don't wanna have that be a surprise. Okay. And same thing with the sewer. It has the same impact on the sewer. Thank you very much for all your hard work that went into this. Unless there are any other questions or comments from council, we'll go ahead and move on to our public comments. Okay, so for public comments, if you are gonna make a comment, could you please have signed up on the worksheet? And Katherine, you can come sign up here, because he's bringing me the sheet. So I just want to say that we appreciate the effort it takes our community members to come to these meetings, both online and in person. And we did pass some recent rules around public comments, so that public comments on workshops need to be specific to, if you're going to comment tonight at this time of the meeting, it has to be either on the topic of urban renewal or the economic development presentation that we had, or utility bills and the presentation that we just had about that. And then we need you to have signed up, and when you come up to the microphone, please say your name and whether or not you are a resident of town. And then if you are online, if you're attending the meeting online, please use the chat to put your name and whether or not you're a resident of town, if you'd like to comment. So also, we are trying to make these times, the public comment times, really designated for listening. So you might not get a response from us at this meeting, but we'll refer questions to staff. And please limit your speaking time to 3 minutes. I'm going to ask the room first. We have Jeff Kitty. Would you like to make a comment?
Yeah, I think so. This is getting to be a habit.
Jeff Kitty, 114175 Benton Street. I don't know how you guys have had this so screwed up. And I'm just gonna come out and say it. At the first of the year, we always sent out a list of what the utility fees were gonna be. Anybody that had multiple family units got charged per unit for the trash and sewer. Okay. The senior deal, that's always been. And I don't know how you're doing it. I don't know how it got lost. But you guys really need to think about this hard, because this is wrong. It went so smooth for so many years. And I don't know who unsmoothed it out. I have my ideas. But we had it set. We knew what we were gonna get charged. We always padded it a little bit for the people that couldn't pay. And we also added for the town cleanup and all that. And that was all in the utility billing notice that we had out at the first of the year. And it got mailed to everybody, including landlords, on that. So I don't know where you're going with this, but this is screwed up. And as far as your guy that was here earlier, I want to know how many towns that are of this size that are on his deal. Because we don't qualify as Longmont, we're not Eagle, we're not Fraser, we're not any of those cities. We're 12 square blocks with 44th Avenue and Sheridan as our commercial district. That's all I got to say.
Thank you. Administrator Beltrone, will you please follow up with Mr. Kitty after the meeting with that answer? Melinda,
I'm sorry, I thought I was signing up for the second.
Okay, I'll put you on the other one,
Thank you.
of course. Brack, thank you.
Hi, I'm Brad. I am a resident. I also have a few concerns about with the gentleman that was here earlier. We are a smaller area. So I just would love to maybe be more involved and see how that actually works with our smaller community. Since our downtown is 2 main streets. And then along the lines with, the budget. I think if you're a senior and you've been here for, 6 decades or more on this earth, it's okay to get a discount whether you can afford it or not. As for the other discounts, sure, help people with need, but the criteria for a senior is way easier. One age. The criteria for those in need, it's a little messier in my opinion, because then you're getting all involved in people's finances and, so the criteria has to be very clear with that, but I definitely supporting those in financially. That's it.
Thank you very much. Appreciate it. Tom Robinson.
Hi, Tom Robinson, a couple of properties, 4375 Benton in particular. So in terms of Bill, I want to say thanks, but he's gone. I kind of have the opposite experience of that. We're a small town, and having 10 local stakeholders have the opportunity to go through a 6-month process of really deeply understanding how this stuff works and working with council sounds great. And I'd be thrilled to participate in that. I did also get a chance to talk to him before the meeting, so I got more of a kind of breakout of what that program looks like and the kind of support and the training and the mentorship that they're putting together. In terms of the utilities, John, I just want to acknowledge you and your team for doing the audit and going through all this stuff. It's easy for a lot of stuff to get swept up, especially with the small staff and, all the things that you have to do. I'm one of the people whose bill is going to double plus. And if you guys want to throw in a couple extra bucks to help people in need, that's completely okay with me. I do want to highlight that if John and the staff had come back and gone, well, we're sinking here, everyone's bill is going up $40, then we would have done that. And $31 a year is $2.50 a month. So if someone is like, that's going to be a real kick in the pants, they need more support, right? And whether they're over 65 or, young family who just went through something, if we as a town can pitch in and find a good system for supporting people in the town in that situation, regardless of age or any other distinguishing factor, I think that's the one that makes sense.
Thank you very much. Katherine Colwell.
Hi, thank you. I'm on Chase Street. First of all, I was really happy with the business guy that was here, regardless of who you guys choose. What firm you choose, it's going to be really cool to figure out our commercial district. I like the idea. I think he said in Eagle that the people there that were actually producing stuff got to sell it. Boy, wouldn't that be cool here? And then thank you to the people who worked so hard to clean up the sewer thing. It sounds like a straighter thing that's going to be more administratively doable. And I wondered if you guys could include whatever you want to say about a fund in all the bills, and then people would be notified or whatever. And then finally, I really like what Brittany said. It can be a fund separate from the sewer thing that could maybe have several categories. It could be food, it could be utilities, whatever. Two needs. I thought that was good. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Do we have any people online that would like to make a public comment? If so, you can unmute yourself and tell us if you're a resident. Okay, thank you very much. We have reached the end of our agenda for the workshop. There being no further business to come before this board for tonight's workshop, we are hereby adjourned at 7:45, and we'll see everybody back here in 10 minutes for our regular meeting. I call the Town of Mountain View Council regular meeting of November 18th, 2024 to order at 7:55. Will the town administrator please call the roll?
Mayor Mitchell.
Here.
Councilmembers Algie,
Here.
Bailey,
Here.
Dennis,
Here.
Lasher,
Here.
Unger,
Here.
Metz is excused. Or Mr. President.
Thank you. Usually we have a flag and we forgot to bring the flag. So if you could all please rise and join me in the Pledge of Allegiance and imagine the flag in your mind. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Nice quick thinking, Councilmember Latcher. Okay, so the consent agenda in front of you, we're gonna need to manage it a little differently because, the minutes have to, let's see, the ordinance that is on the consent agenda, I'm gonna pull that from the consent agenda because it's a first reading. So could our town administrator please read the consent agenda except item number C?
Consent agenda includes item A, agenda approval, and item B, minutes of the October 21st, 2024 regular meeting.
I move to approve the consent agenda. Second.
All in favor, say yes.
Yes.
All opposed, say no. Consent agenda is adopted. So the ordinance 2024-11-18A, an ordinance amending chapter 8 of the Mountain View Municipal Code regarding civil penalty assessments and appeals for automated vehicle identification system citations, needs a motion to come to the floor.
I move to approve.
Say just so moved.
So moved.
I was trying to front you.
I know.
And a second. We bring this ordinance before you to ask you to approve it because it clarifies the process of how things are handled if there is an appeal on the ticket with the AVIS system. And it brings those appeals to our court rather than elsewhere. Are there other details that I'm missing?
That's pretty much it.
Discussion, questions, comments? Okay, so in which case will the town administrator please call the vote?
Councilmembers Algie,
Yes.
Bailey,
Yes.
Dennis,
Yes.
Lasher,
Yes.
Unger,
Yes.
Motion passes. Thank you. We're at the public comment period of our regular meeting. And again, we appreciate everybody being here and participating in the business of the town. It's really important with a town this size that people stay informed, and I love seeing you guys here. If you're submitting a comment to remotely, please, you can use the chat to sign up. You do have to be signed up to have a public comment. I have 3 people signed up for in the room. And I just want to say that I made an error when I put a council member's comment into the packet in this location in the packet. So what I should have done is put it at the back of the packet where it would function as a council member statement rather than a member of the public statement. So I apologize for the confusion that caused. And I appreciate our town attorney's guidance. We'll go ahead and let our members of the public come forward one at a time. Please just state your name and if you're a resident or not, and limit your comments to 3 minutes, and we won't be responding to your comments. We might refer them for questions or refer them to staff for follow-up. And then we will also read comments that have been submitted ahead of time in writing. Tom Robinson.
Tom Robinson, 4375 Benton. This may be redundant, but I just want to say I'm excited about the emergency steps being taken to correct what I think originally having single family homes not require a site review and saving costs made sense, but in our current climate, If you're tearing down a little house and building a big house, you can pay for the staff to make sure that what you're building is consistent with our zoning agreements. So I think that's great. I think having clear rules for people who are doing buildings so that they're not negatively impacting neighbors is awesome. I think that the moratorium, if you're a yes or on the fence about it, I just want to give you an example. So I have a double lot on Benton with a less than 900 square foot house. So the moratorium as stated says that I can't build a 1,300 square foot house on a double lot, which means that if I needed to sell the property to a developer, I couldn't do that. Because that just wouldn't work. So the moratorium as written, I understand the heart of it. I think that you're solving the problems that led to the request for that. And as written, I think is more ideal. So that's what I would say about that.
Thank you very much. Brad?
No.
Okay. And Melinda Clement?
Hello, thank you. I'm Melinda Plummo. I live on Peace Street. Obviously, the moratorium is pretty divisive. I think we've all come to realize that it's caused a lot of anxiety, a lot of frustration, a lot of distrust. We actually have council members pointing fingers at each other, accusing people of doing things based upon rumor. It's unfortunate because the whole goal of the moratorium was to bring concerns that have been going on for years to the floor. There's been a lot of people that have lived here for many, many years. Some people have lived here for generations. I mean, there's generational families here. They've seen Mountain View change over the years from being this little sleepy community that's lived on the outskirts of Denver to really being the center of one of the fastest growing areas in the country. And there's a lot of concern around that. We had 115 people sign a petition. It's nothing to ignore. There was 60 people that showed up to a meeting and actually expressed their concern, really on what's been going on in this town for quite a long time and how it's been impacting them quite negatively in a lot of ways. And with all these folks that showed up, and despite them using their voice, they still feel like they're being ignored. They don't feel like they have a lot of power to make the change. So one of the things we wanted to do with the moratorium was to amplify these voices, actually take these concerns and put them into actionable steps. Unfortunately, the moratorium that was introduced last month is nothing like that. Completely the opposite. From my understanding, governance should be selfless. It should be here to honor the will of the people that actually voted for you. This moratorium does nothing like that. And it's unfortunate because I'm not sure how it's going to go tonight. But what I do know is you got a room full of people that have been showing up. They want to use their voice. And we want to use tools like the moratorium to help amplify that. So regardless of how you vote, what we are going to do is we're going to continue to show up. We're going to continue to amplify our voices. And whether that's utilizing a moratorium, a recall, or how we vote in the upcoming election, we're not going to go away. We're going to continue to be here. We're going to continue to push for change.
Thank you very much for your statement. That's out of order. That's out of order. No audible interruptions, please. Is there anybody on the Zoom meeting that would like to make a comment? If so, please unmute yourself. Okay, we have 1, 2, 3, 4 public comments that were submitted in writing, and John, Administrator Beltrone and I are going to take turns reading them, and we're going to also time ourselves so that the comment will get truncated at 3 minutes if it goes longer. This one doesn't need to be timed because it's clearly. You can take the first one.
Thank you, Mayor. This first comment comes from Jerry McCall. As a resident of this town for almost 53 years, I am becoming more and more concerned about the direction this town is headed, especially in regard to private property rights. It seems there is a handful of citizens who want to dictate what people can and cannot do with their property. If my wife and I choose to own a small house with a large garage and a little yard, that should be our choice. Nobody else's. Away from me.
Thank you. The next comment comes from Tyler Devine. If you want to start timing me. Dear Mountain View Council, I understand there's a lot of confusion and mistrust when it comes to new construction. I can empathize with people who haven't been through the process before. It's a very difficult and confusing subject with thousands of pages of codes, rules, and best practices. I have become aware of concerns about a project I am currently working on in town, and that the house is not being built according to town codes, more specifically, not in the right location. Let me be very clear. It is exactly where it was designed and approved by Safe Built in the town of Mountain View to be. Houses are not just plopped down wherever. There are teams of licensed and insured engineers, architects, surveyors, and professional contractors that work with the municipality to design and execute a professional project. In my experience, working in many different municipalities, Mountain View's zoning code is more prohibitive in some ways and in general alignment overall. There is nothing that could be considered a loophole or oversight, and therefore a moratorium would be an illegal overreach. The state prohibits this, so I'm a bit confused why this is even a topic of conversation at the town level. I always struggle to understand why small groups of residents are so quick to try to give up everyone's, including their own, property rights. And then when they want to sell, build, add a fence, paint their house, or plant new landscaping, they are shocked when they are turned against. Obviously, there needs to be some sort of basic framework of rules governing building design. This was accomplished a few years ago and is in general alignment with all the surrounding communities. Best, Tyler Devine.
This next comment comes from Dodie Dosh. I would like to be at this town meeting, however, I am out of town at present. I would like to address one of the concerns in a letter presented in this, in the agenda. At no time was any council member involved in the writing of, circulation of, and signing of the petition regarding moratorium. Thank you, Dr. Joshua.
Thank you. And our last written comment comes from Ryan Ryle, and it'll probably be truncated. Mountain View Council. I'm writing as a resident of Mountain View for the past 38 years and the fourth generation of my family to be part of this community. I reside in a house that started as a very modest home built by my great-grandparents in 1938 and was expanded in 1961. The finished square footage of my home is a little over 1,600 square feet. I inherited this property in 2005 and have spent my entire life caring for and maintaining this house. As I built my own family in this same house, now the fifth generation, things have become cramped. We have explored options of expanding the current house or rebuilding it to fit my family of 5. Currently, our three kids share a modest bedroom with a triple bunk bed to give a little perspective. With the proposed changes, I will be restricted from adding a second story to a portion of my house and finishing the remainder of my basement to simply expand my property for my family. We are not developers, just a hardworking father and a mother who runs a nonprofit trying to create a livable space for our children. It's upsetting that a select group of residents and council members are trying to change zoning and enact a moratorium to stop the construction of single-family homes and expansions as a war against development. Let's consider what developers are building here. Do you realize you are only fighting a war with families who need 3, 4, or 5 bedrooms to raise their kids? You have issues with the demolition of old houses built against code with substandard building methods and materials containing lead and asbestos, unsafe electrical systems, and old failing plumbing, and replacing those with new, energy efficient, up to code homes for families. That's what you are against here, plain and simple. Additionally, These residents seeking to enact a moratorium and change the zoning for what can be built in this town are focusing on things that take away the rights of citizens to do what they want with their own property. Referring to 3,000 square foot homes as mega homes is ridiculous and baseless when it's only roughly 500 square feet more than the average single family residence in the state of Colorado. This is not a mega home. This is a home for a large, potentially multi-generational family. The town of Mountain View should be a place where we can do what we see as best for our little 50 by 100 foot plots of land, and that right is being stripped away. We are all trying to make this town better, more family centric, and a place where people want to raise their future generations, as mine has for the past 86 years. Why can't we focus on things that matter and move forward? This topic is only going to divide us as the town, waste time and money, and subject us to costly litigation. We are not talking about high rises being built in Mountain View. We're talking about duplexes and single family homes. That's all. We live. We are moving on to agenda item number 12. If our Mayor Pro Tem could please have a motion for the floor.
I move to approve ordinance number 2024-11-18B and emergency ordinance amending chapters 10 and 18 of the Town of Mountain View Municipal Code regarding construction standards.
I'm going to introduce the next 3 ordinances with some context. I created a handout to help me do that. Each member of council has a copy. We're going to also project it. Staff has a copy on the laptop, and then I'm going to give the remainder of the copies that I have to the community and let them share them. We will consider each one of the ordinances on our agenda separately. But the 3 ordinances that are on the agenda next are intertwined. They relate to each other. And they're all related in the way that they are designed to be responsive to our residents. We have been listening to our residents and we are responding to our residents. The concerns that the residents brought up fall into 5 different categories, roughly. Need my data for this. So if you take the concerns that we have heard over the meetings and through written language and letters and the conversations and petitions, they break up, and by my best effort to really understand and hear what people are concerned about, they break up into 5 different things. 1, they're concerned about the disturbance from construction that's been happening. 2, they're concerned about large houses might have been allowed to be built and they might exceed what's permissible by code. 3, large houses could potentially be built in the future that would exceed what is permissible by code because we might not have safeguards in place to prevent this. For instance, boots on the ground to make sure that that's not happening. 4, community members would like to pause some building permits, not all building permits, but just the ones that they're experiencing as being most disruptive in order to prevent more of them from coming into town while we consider what kinds of houses should be allowed. And 5, community members would like to have discussions about how we might change code regarding height, setback, lot coverage, and design so that the new homes that are built in the future are less disruptive to our environment. So those are all things that my best effort to listen to what our residents has been saying, I can sort of sort them into those buckets. The first ordinance that comes on our agenda on the subject matter is the one that ends in 18B. That's designed to only primarily address the first concern. So it's not the be all and end all of the problems, the one that's on the floor right now. And then it also addresses concern number 3 in some way. And there's additional information that staff will present to connect it to concern number 3. So as we're talking about this, let's try to focus that information in that this ordinance that's currently on the floor, which is the construction standards ordinance, we're just addressing these 2 concerns. We're not addressing all the concerns we've heard from the residents. We also do have online our Safe Built staff, Kylie Flynn and Travis Reynolds. So thank you for being here, Travis and Kylie. We appreciate your presence at our meeting.
Absolutely. Let us know if you need anything.
Okay, thank you. So the one that's currently on the floor is about really handling the disturbance of construction that a lot of community members have been experiencing. And what it does is it proposed, we brought it forward as an emergency ordinance so that it takes effect right away. So that it's not something that takes a long time to take effect. It doesn't take 2 months. It takes effect when you pass it. And it is because of that, because of the emergency status of it, nature of it, we tried to have a light touch, right? Because anything that you're going to do instantly needs to be able to be implemented. And we don't have time to communicate with people and have a lot of posting and stuff. So what we did is we took our best, based on what we've heard thus far, our best guess at sort of what are some things that we could propose to council that would really address some of the problems. I know noise is a big problem. Currently, the weekday quiet times in town per our code are from 10 p.m. to 7 p.m. or 7 a.m. And the weekends are currently from 10 p.m. to 8 a.m. So if you pass this emergency ordinance, what it will do is it will change the quiet times to 8 p.m. to 7 a.m. for weekdays and weekends 8 p.m. to 8 a.m. So it makes people stop doing construction earlier in the day, basically. And then
Are we just talking about like just the quiet hours, or not like if someone's having a barbecue in their backyard and then
all
quiet
noise,
hours?
all noise, right?
Yeah, this is the actual just.
Oh, okay, good. I'm glad you asked that.
We do have a separate provision for quiet hours. That's not this.
Okay.
Thank you so much. Good question. That would have been hard. Then current permits are required to be on site. They're not required to be visible from the sidewalk. So this ordinance, if you pass it, we would require that all the permits are visible from the sidewalk. Building permits, yes, sorry. And currently there's some wiggle room around when fences can be in. I don't know exactly what our current regulations are with fences. Yeah, feel free to weigh in at any time here. Thank you, Austin. But what this does is it allows us to require a fence for any hazardous job site. And then the other thing that I think we will do regardless, this ordinance doesn't include language about that, but we've looked closely at what other kinds of controls we have in our existing code. And so we need to enforce provisions in our existing code regarding construction debris, noise, and blocking alleys, and encourage residents to report these things so that we can be responsive to them. The ordinance in front of you does have what is current in our code for storage of construction equipment. Is that correct, Austin?
So the language in section 1 of the ordinance on the table is new. It's a repeal and replace.
Okay, thank you.
And it's a lot tighter.
Okay, so that's really important. I don't have that noted on my notes in my spreadsheet there. That is brand new then. So that then gives us a lot of ability to, if there's construction material or debris that comes outside of the construction zone, to cite them as a nuisance. Is that how we would do it?
Correct, so you've always got nuisance available, but what this does is make the evidence to prosecute a lot easier for us to win. Because essentially, if there are construction materials found on the adjacent property, any other property other than the one to which they're used for, then that we can use as prima facie evidence that you are in violation of our code. So it's a lot easier to enforce on these provisions now, improve it.
What does prima facie mean?
It means that it is evidence in itself and in alone. And so you don't have to go through intent or anything like that, or go through the process of like trying to find ownership or how it got there. We don't care about how it got there. If it's there, that's alone enough evidence to cite you.
Thank you.
You got it.
And then if you look at the blue part of this table, there's an additional piece that addresses that large houses could potentially be built in the future that would exceed what is permissible by code, that concern. There's something in this ordinance that helps that as well, which is the requirement for having a licensed surveyor be part of the permit application. You have to have the licensed surveyor stamp go out and survey the land and stamp those drawings, and your permit with application would not be complete without that. Am I saying that correctly?
Yep, exactly right.
That being said, that's sort of like the summary. Is there anything that I missed?
Yep, you got it.
What kinds of questions, discussion, and comments do our council members have? Councilmember Altuve.
In the details for the concerns, I think this is a great start. But I would like to also see if we could further discuss having 1 day a week where we're giving residents a reprieve completely from construction and no construction on holidays.
How do other council members feel about that? Councilmember Unger?
I think that's a great idea. I've been turning that over in my head for a while now to get one break from construction. I am all in favor of it.
Councilmember Lasher.
I think that's extremely unfair. I feel like construction workers work when they can and when they can get you in. And there's a lot of times where like it has to be done 3 days in a row and stuff like that. And I feel like it's a new house takes, a couple months to be built, framing outside where it's loud and everything goes inside. So I just feel like, again, we're just overstepping what is right.
Mayor Pro Tem Bailey.
I'm kind of curious what other municipalities do in this arena, if you would know.
We did pull that research.
Do I actually?
Oh, that was the same thing.
I don't know.
Can you ask Travis?
Yeah,
Yeah.
that's a good idea. If our Safe Built staff, if they, Kylie or Travis, have a sense of whether or not other municipalities have ever, or is it routine or normal? Like, what's your thought about the idea of having 1 day a week where there is no construction noise allowed? If Travis or Kylie could unmute yourself and comment.
I hate to do this to her, but because she works with the construction side primarily, I would defer to Kylie and her perspective on it.
Thank you, Travis. Kylie?
Yeah, that's interesting. And now I know I haven't traveled around Mountain View in some time. This seems like a topic that is very personal to many of you that reside there. And I think I'd have to, first of all, make sure you guys know you should decide for yourself what works best for your town. No town is the same. And if this is clearly personal, then I think you should keep that in mind. But in my experience, most construction doesn't usually have a reprieve, mostly because the construction industry is kind of go, 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 right? They want to keep going and finish their projects. But this is, again, a decision you guys will have to make. I'm coming from Arvada, previous to this, working in Arvada, and I can say they do not have reprieve in construction specific to holidays or weekend days, but possibly certain hours of construction, of course. I don't know if that helps.
Let's help. Thank you. Councilmember Unger.
In following up a little bit, I am from back east. And I'm from a community back there where there's horses and buggies, and of course Sundays are off. There's a lot of construction that goes on. They plan around it. They're doing concrete work, and they also have to deal with rain, which we don't have to deal with that much here. And somehow they figure it out and they make it work. And you have one quiet day where you want to have a picnic in your backyard and the construction is not going on next to you. So I see both sides of it from what she was saying. But at the same time, I've seen it in action. I've seen it work. I've seen how creative the construction people are and how they get it done. And 40-degree weather and under and over, get their concrete work done, and it can be accomplished.
Thank you. I guess, I think I would worry, let me just make a quick comment and then we'll go to Councilmember Elgin. I would worry about do-it-yourselfers. And what would we do when we've got somebody who has a career and is working 5 days a week, and then on the weekend they're used to doing their projects and they can't do their project one of those days. So that's my biggest concern. Councilmember Elgin.
My initial concern, and the reason why I brought that up, is for the welfare of the neighbors who are to the right or left of them. If it takes a year for construction, right, both inside and outside, and you have multiple contractors coming in for various projects, those neighbors all around them get no reprieve. They're woken up at 7 a.m., 7 days a week, even if they work the evening shift or the night shift. They get no reprieve on a holiday. Can't we give them one day to sleep in and enjoy the quiet of the town? I would like to see us make a step for our people over profit.
Councilmember Lasher.
I just like, where do we draw the line? It's like, if we're gonna say you can't do construction, then it's like, we can't mow lawns. So it's like, I don't like when my neighbor mows the lawn at 8 in the morning on a Sunday when I want to be sleeping. So it's like, there has to be a give and take with everything.
Since there is some controversy and this is a more complicated concept, what if we were to take this and put it on a future agenda? The idea of having a holiday without noise, construction noise.
I would vote for a holiday. I just would vote for a
Okay, so
Sunday.
holidays are different than Sunday. Well, that's another example of how there's a little bit more complexity to this than I think what should maybe be on an emergency ordinance. That we should investigate. I know we like to know. I loved Kylie's comment about like we should do what's right for us, but we really do like to know, like legally, are there things that might be of concern, and what do other towns do it, and what has been their experience of that? Was it positive? Like, let's do that investigative work and bring that as its own thing back to not attach it to this, move this one forward, and just think about the idea of having a longer, more in-depth conversation, more informed. How do you guys feel about that?
I think that's very reasonable.
Councilmember Elgin?
So my understanding is that we're gonna pass this 7 days a week, right? As written, and that we will have conversation later to talk about having a 1 day reprieve and holidays up.
The idea is to work with your fellow council members to decide what you're gonna pass. I'm not telling you what to pass. I'm making a suggestion that I think is based on what I'm hearing. So it is not up to me. It is up to the majority of council, and it is for the 5 of you to talk to each other to understand what is the best decision at this time. So I'm just making a suggestion that something that's more complicated like this, it might be better to be more informed. We've heard recently from past experienced mayors that if we don't have all the information, don't be afraid to say, let's pause and study it and think about it. And I respect that. And I don't want to push something through as an emergency that can be discussed and learned about and then come back. But I think this makes a step towards solving some of the concerns. The notification is something that I also think you guys might want to bring back with the noise issue. So we took a stab at trying to solve the neighbor notification, because I know people would like to have a requirement that all the neighbors around them are adjacent to construction get notified. And so the idea of putting the permit facing out towards the sidewalk and visible from the sidewalk, the building permit, that's an attempt to do that in a quick way. But I can imagine that you might want to have a conversation about what other ways could you do neighbor notifications. And if that's something that you would want to have a longer conversation about what options there are that are available, let's also have that be something that we could talk about. But I want to know how you guys feel, because you're the ones making the decision. Mayor Pro Tem.
I'm not sure how does this work if we do bring it back? How does that work? This is an emergency ordinance. How does that work in terms of it going into effect? Would it have to be a separate emergency ordinance?
This
No.
goes into effect.
Right, and I'm saying if we brought
It
back,
would be an emergency.
if it would
be so what I'm picturing, and Austin, tell me if I'm not doing this right, but what I'm picturing is that we would then we'd have a work study session about the concepts, basically, and have that fuller conversation. And then staff would draft based on that conversation. A workshop would allow them to come to the table with the kinds of information that you guys need to make the decision. What are some different options? What do other people do?
I get that part. What I don't get is like, what is the result of that? What is the result of that?
An ordinance with a first reading and a second
So
reading.
2 readings. Okay, that was my question.
Yeah, sorry. Other questions, discussion? Do we feel like this is ready for a vote? The town administrator, please call the vote. Yeah.
Councilmember Algene.
Can I pass until I can think about it? Do I have to make a vote as you call me? I do? Okay. I'm gonna say no.
Bailey,
Yes.
Dennis,
No.
Asher,
Yes.
Hunger.
Yes.
Motion passes. Oh, no, wait, it doesn't, because we have only 3, so motion failed.
No, it does for the charter change.
But the charter change hasn't taken effect.
we
The
haven't.
election isn't certified.
Thank you, sorry,
Yeah.
cousin.
Okay, so motion fails. For the record, it was a 3-2.
Sorry, thank you. I forgot it happened clarified yet.
Okay. We're on to the emergency ordinance amending chapter 16 of the town of Mountain View Municipal Code regarding site plan approval. May I please hear a motion from our mayor pro tem to bring it to the floor?
So moved.
And a second? That was ordinance number 2024-11-18C. So with that ordinance, this, if you look at the table that I created, this ordinance addresses concerns from our residents about large houses that could potentially be built in the future that would exceed what is permissible by code, because we might not have safeguards in place to prevent this. So the boots on the ground concept. This is also partly in, am I getting this right? This one is the emergency ordinance about
Site plans.
the site plans, yeah. So, but in your packet, there's a piece of paper or a chart in your packet that looks like this. this is another piece that we are proposing that could be done administratively. And I was picturing it in conjunction with the construction standards. I should have talked about it at that time. But I think we could do it administratively, right?
Correct.
This came from a lot of work from Safe Build, so I appreciate all the hard work that Travis and Kylie did to get us to this place. One of the concerns that we've heard from our community members is that they're worried that things could happen, that there aren't boots on the ground checks, right? Where if you have a paper review of what is supposed to be built, how do you know what's actually going to be built on the ground and is reflective of what was approved on paper or digitally? And so we talked a lot, we had a lot of conversations with Safe Built and Travis especially. And the idea here is to create 3 different inspection steps where the Safe Built staff would go initially and look at, after the surveyor, if the construction standards had passed to require a survey, licensed survey, then they would. Does it still work if we don't have a licensed surveyor do that, Travis? Since the construction standards ordinance didn't pass, does the PLS survey instrument still work?
And I would just state quickly, and then Travis, please chime in. I think if the code is less specific, then we probably go with that code language that does not require that licensed surveyor. But I think the rest of this still works and can be applied administratively. But Travis, please jump in and let me know if you see differently.
Correct. It had 18B passed, that would have given us more teeth to require a public land surveyor survey at time of building permit application. In reality, most applications come through with a public land surveyor's survey that they stamped and certified and that we're comfortable reviewing to that specific survey.
Okay.
That's
So I'm gonna
currently
just summarize
happening.
quickly. I'm sorry, go ahead. Does somebody weigh in there, Kylie? No. Sorry. Travis?
Sorry, yeah, I was just saying, I wanted to clarify that that's currently happening with most of the reviews, that the ordinance would have given us more teeth to require that and make sure that it was a specific requirement of building permit application.
Okay, thank you. The concept here is to administratively start having 3 different inspections. One would be boots on the ground inspections of where the foundation is laid out. And then they would get a certificate saying, yep, you laid it out in the right place. And then after it starts going vertical, they would have another inspection in the field, go out and say, yep, you built it according to what was approved by the plans, and you can get that certificate of inspection, you got to pass. And then at the end, before they got their certificate of occupancy, there would have to be a 3rd inspection to make sure that it didn't exceed the lot coverage that had been approved in the paper plans. And only if they passed those 3 inspections would they be given that certificate of occupancy. So do you feel like we could implement this, Travis, then as it stands without having a requirement, since that we use a licensed surveyor? Since would we have enough information, or do we take one of those off, or how do we do that? Because most people do.
No, I think.
Or yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, I think these are all can be accomplished post building permit approval, because these are things, they're measurements of what's actually getting built in the field. And I spoke with Kylie as well about this early in the week, and the code requires various inspections in the process of building that we've outlined here in the slide. And we're simply adding essentially 3 additional inspections that are, traditionally above and beyond what most communities do, but a lot of them are starting to implement that.
Okay,
If I may, too, really quick,
Yes.
we require a site plan, and Travis, tell me if I'm using the wrong lingo, as we've discussed, planners have certainly many different phrases for this that I may not be partial to, but we require a site plan per the building code requirements as it is for all new construction prior to the start of construction. So we would review that during plan review for those requirements before it's even approved. I think the change here is requiring an ILC, which, Travis, speak up if I'm incorrect, but that would be a surveyed site plan, which is slightly different than what is always submitted, but certainly is already being submitted for most projects and in most communities that I see.
Yeah, that's accurate. We take in site plan and review that as part of any building permit to make sure that it fits for zoning in advance. And as Kylie mentioned, I mentioned earlier, in most cases, these are full survey instruments that are stamped by a public land surveyor. And so we're approving that on paper prior to construction starting. And these other certifications and inspections we're discussing would be those double checks for how it's getting built in the field, and that it's not being built in the wrong location or to the wrong height or the wrong bulk plane.
Thank you.
And there's other requirements for the building code that the building side of this that we review on that site plan too, just to, explain that further. We also check fire separation requirements, which is another necessary part of requiring that site plan up front. Thanks, Travis.
And as we've been talking with you about the concerns that we're hearing from our residents, one of the steps that you took was to go back and look at whether or not buildings had residential buildings, single family and duplex buildings had been built in ways that exceed the permissible or the permitted plans, which is to code. And can you tell us about that, Travis?
Yeah, and hearing the discussion from the last meeting and your input from previous community input, we went back through and checked the all new construction that's occurred since the updated development standards in 2019 were adopted by the council at the time, for any essentially projects that were approved in error, and we found none. Now, again, that's review of the approvals on paper for where the projects were proposed and in the location and dimensions that they were proposed to. And then what we're trying to do tonight is possibly strengthen the post-construction aspect of making those inspections to confirm that everything's being built in the correct place.
So this would be a good administrative way to do it, and meaning that it's not part of we wouldn't be changing our town code. We would be administratively saying, please do those checks. Please make sure that those inspections are done because our community cares about that. So I think.
And we'd be asking for certifications, and those would be something that would be submitted by the construction team. So, and their survey team.
Okay. Thank you. But the ordinance, I'm sorry, go ahead. Councilmember LG.
Thank you. So, I'm gonna go back. I don't see in that previous emergency ordinance where it indicated that if it did not go through, there wouldn't be enough teeth, right, as mentioned, for a licensed surveyor.
Would you like to make a motion to reconsider?
So let me ask a question. So for the licensed surveyor, that will actually mean after the house, while the house is being built, we will have a live person going in and making sure that all these details are in true, correct. The height, the setback, the site plan, all of that.
I'm gonna have to answer that question after we deal with what's currently on the floor, because if I want to try to do this correctly, we don't So what's currently on the floor is not that question.
I think
I mean,
talking about the administrative
the
process.
administrative process, let's talk about that. So
That's what she's talking about.
my understanding from what Travis just said, and Austin, stop me if I'm saying this wrong. My understanding from what Travis just said is that most people do it anyway, so we can still use that process, that administrative process, without having the construction standards.
Right, okay, so a couple different things here. And it's confusing because, like Kylie mentioned, we use the term site plan as sort of a term of art, but it actually, we're talking about two different requirements right now. What's on the floor right now is what I would call, what's called a zoning site plan. It would be like one of the first documents you submit. And it's going to show you the layout and plan for how you're going to develop the site. It will include everything like how high the building will be built. And that at that point, Travis and his folks will be able to check for the zoning requirements to say, yep, this meets all of our zoning requirements. Things like setbacks, maximum building coverage, that kind of stuff, landscaping requirements, what have you. That's what we're talking about right now. That's kind of zoning site plan.
Which I haven't actually gotten to, this is new. I haven't started to talk about it yet.
But
So
it is on the
he's talking-
floor.
It's the one that's on the floor, right? I was leading up to.
That's sort of like the zoning site plan element. You do not require that for single family dwellings and duplexes and their accessory structures today. You don't require that document. What you do require today, and what was in the construction ordinance that just failed, is what's also called a site plan, but it's in the residential building code and the international building code. It's called a site plan, but it's a little bit different. It comes when you pull a building permit. And so as a part of that process, you have to show how did you meet all of the building code requirements. So that's the purpose of that building code site plan. How did you show us how this site is designed to meet the building code? And then Travis and his team can consider whether it meets the building code. What Travis just told you is that in their checklist, they're already checking zoning at that stage. So they are checking, even though it's not actually a requirement, they are checking a requirement or code. They are checking at that building code site plan stage. All of these things, including the zoning. Does that help explain? And so what Travis is describing here on the stage, this is the process in which you get your building permit approved.
Councilmember Lash.
Question. I feel like there's a big confusion. I feel like people just think that you can build whatever you want and like no one checks it. And like, since I did build in town, like I know that there's like 100 steps to do this and someone's always checking off. And it's like, even before you get your CO, people are checking. I mean, they literally checked my stairs to make sure the distance between my stairs were enough. So it's like, is there any way that like Safe Build could like take a set of plans that like has been approved out of, something and black the names out and show like, so this is what happened. They, bought this lot. So then they did a lot review to see how big they could build. And then they got a site plan review and then their architect builds. And because like the architect is checking the codes, the engineer's checking the codes, like would that be helpful? Because I feel like there's a lot, like people just think that you can build whatever. And in reality, there's like every single step, every single process has to get checked off.
Right.
And can I just emphasize, that's what Travis is trying to show us here. All of these things are a part of the building permit requirement. Actually, that's not true. 11 and 12 are a separate permit. That's your certificate of occupancy.
The red items are not.
But that's a good idea. If we can't, as we're moving forward in this conversation and talking about how this process works, let's consider that idea of having an illustration of something that maybe isn't in our town, but like have Travis and Kylie walk us through what really happens.
Because you have to get like the concrete checked off before you can do other steps. So everything is checked off.
Okay, one conversation at a time, please. No,
sorry.
Yeah.
and sorry, just to tie the bow, maybe. And so what was being described here from our building official was that these things are already happening today. What he's saying is we can add a couple of layers in here, and that's in green. So one of those layers would be like a foundation inspection. We don't do that today. We don't have boots on the ground today that goes and inspects the foundation to determine that it was actually poured in conformance with the plan that was just approved right above it. Frame inspection, mechanical inspection. Those green items are the things that we are saying, he can just do administratively. If council is saying, hey, we want you to beef up your permitting process, you can give direction just administratively for your building official to do that.
Can I speak briefly too? We are already doing foundation inspections, rough framing inspections, mechanical, electrical, plumbing, and all of the final inspections, final building, electrical, mechanical, plumbing. And we are already collecting foundation inspection engineer letters where it's applicable for the project. So we are already doing the inspections that are in green. I just wanted to clarify that.
Thank you, Kylie. I screwed that up really.
Okay, so it's the red ones, the proposed new requirements. And if you go to number 9, foundation ILC new, that means that it is a boots on the ground inspection of after the foundation was laid out and before the concrete is poured. They go, we're suggesting that we have an inspection. Is that correct, Travis?
Yeah, I mean, that's we're splitting hairs a little bit there. At the stage of when the forms are set, or you can do it at the stage after the concrete is poured and cured. But we get a licensed surveyor who would sign off as to the improvement location. So the corners of the foundation are in a specific location, and then that's compared, if you will, on the ILC itself. That's compared to the property boundaries to make sure that both setbacks and something like the lot occupancy are in conformity to what was originally reviewed and approved.
Mayor Pro Tem Bailey.
I think it would be helpful if we talked in words and not acronyms, because there's a lot of acronyms being thrown around, and I think that it'd be helpful for the council as well as our community members to speak in words.
PLS is a professional land surveyor.
Thank you. And the others?
What else have we got?
ILC?
Improvement location certification.
Councilmember Elgin, did you have a comment next or question?
Yeah. Thank you, Mayor. Yes, I would like to amend my vote.
Okay, let's solve this one that's on the floor. That's why I was saying let's go one at a time. Thank you for that. And then after we deal with this one that's on the floor, we will go back and reconsider the next item. Thank you very much. So the one that's on the floor requires, we brought it forward because I assured you that we would bring it forward. But when I understood it better, it's a requirement that is more paper and less boots on the floor, boots on the ground. And what the survey does, the site plan process.
Yes, so now we're going back to the zoning site plan. That's what's on the floor right now. So.
Right, so not what we're looking at. So let's take this thing off.
So before anything is done on the site, and this is the first thing that's gonna sort of lift off, one of the first things that's gonna lift off that development. The first time you actually see the development coming down on paper. More or less, I'm simplifying it.
Right.
Travis is probably one of his eyes, but.
And it would require, when we're using the term site plan process, it would require taking our Article 11. Can I please have one conversation?
We are just explaining, she didn't know what we were talking about.
Then let's have the question for everybody, because otherwise we don't have good minutes. Thank you. So it would require taking, is it Article 11, an additional paper review, see Article 11 of Chapter 16 in our town code. So ordinance 2024-11-18C, which is the one on the floor, is more paper review at the very early stage, and not the kind of boots on the ground solution that I heard and you all heard our community said they wanted. So we said, I said to myself, I promised I would bring this forward. It's not the right solution. I promised on the record I would bring it forward as an emergency ordinance. I have to bring it forward. But I'm recommending that it not pass. And instead, that we go back and reconsider the other one and pass it, because that is the boots on the ground solution to both having a certified surveyor inspect and adding this administrative tools to have inspections all along the way. Mayor Pro Tem Bailey.
Is there some reason why we couldn't do both? I mean, I don't see it, they're not mutually exclusive. Couldn't you require one type of site plan and also go back and amend the previous ordinance that was on the floor to the boots in the ground and have the administrative process? Is there a reason you wouldn't, maybe Travis can speak to this, is there a reason we wouldn't do both?
No, I mean, I think you can certainly pass this and open up single family and duplex construction to the site plan approval process that the town council ultimately has to approve each new build of one of those structures, in addition to any other types of uses that get built. There's a limited set of criteria for the ordinance that is not typical for most communities. It's a little bit arbitrary and leaves a lot of it leaves a lot to be desired in terms of what your criteria for approval would be. It adds an additional fee for applicants, an additional paper and additional review time and timing in the process prior to any application for a building permit. So those would be the some of the drawbacks.
Town attorney. Thank you, Travis.
So I will be the first to say this whole section could help from a bit of rehab. And I think that's what Travis is stating, is that like we're not fixing your site plan approval process, which has issues today. It isn't sort of the simplest process today. You're just adding additional, you're widening the applicability of this passes. So you're not fixing the existing process, which we've identified a while ago, could use a good cleanup. So hopefully that will come soon with council direction and or comprehensive rewrite.
Right.
So just to address Travis's point, this is, again, you'd just be getting rid of that exemption right now for single family dwellings and duplexes to not have to go through this process.
Right.
It's absolutely not mutually exclusive, though, you're correct. You do one, you could do neither, you could do both.
I guess I've been trying hard to listen to both the council and the community and find the best path forward, given all the things that the council knows and is learning and all the concerns that we're hearing from our community. And I have been the last 3 years heard again and again from our council that we want to be thoughtful and careful about what we pass and take time. And the one that's on the floor is an emergency because I, in my haste to please our community, promised it at the last meeting. It's not really the best solution. And I understand it feels like it is because it seems like, why do we exempt single family residences and duplex from this process? I guess what I would say is if we wanted to have that conversation and understand it better, I think we should bring it back and understand it better. And not have it be an emergency and really look into it. And then go ahead and move forward with requiring a licensed surveyor, which we can do with very little unintended consequences. And adding the administrative costs, administrative inspections. And adding the construction standards, which helps us also address things that have been problematic. So if we do those steps, they take effect right away. They help to solve some of the problems that we've been hearing about. They don't solve all of them, but they take effect right away and they have less unintended consequences. And then instruct us, tell us that you want to have this come back to the floor, not as an emergency, but or you want to have a committee look into it and investigate it and assign 2 people from your council to look at it closely and think about it and then study it and make a recommendation and come report to the whole body about it. Or there are ways to look at it closely and understand it better that could help us get further in the conversation. Does that make sense?
Yeah, thank you.
So what I'm recommending is that we take a vote on this one that's on the floor, that we do not pass it. We understand it better.
Can we table it?
You could table it. You could make a motion to table it indefinitely, and then we bring it back as a non-emergency.
I move to table ordinance number 2024-11-18C.
Will Administrator Beltrone please call the vote?
Councilmembers Algae.
Yes.
Bailey.
Yes.
Dennis.
Yes.
Lasher.
Yes.
Unger.
Yes.
Motion passes. Thank you. So now I need a motion and a second and a majority vote to reconsider the ordinance with its number and its name.
Did you go to?
Oh, right. It has to be somebody.
Okay.
That's really Allard.
Yeah, it has to be Leal.
So I'm gonna need some guidance, please.
So the motion could be, and if I get it right, you can say so moved.
Okay.
The motion could be, I move to reconsider ordinance number 2024-11-18B, an emergency ordinance amending chapters 10 to 18 of Mountain View Municipal Code regarding construction standards.
So it's moved.
That's good enough for me. Is there a second on that?
Second.
And then roll call vote on the motion to reconsider.
May I have a roll call vote on the motion to reconsider, please?
Councilmember Algae.
Yes.
Bailey.
Yes.
Dennis.
Yes.
Lasher.
Yes.
Unger.
Yes.
Okay,
Motion passes.
and that will just automatically reopen that agenda item.
Perfect. Thank you so much. So the effect of this ordinance, and this is my fault, and I apologize because I don't think I made it so clear. I'm trying to deal with a lot of information here. There's a lot of information that we're addressing. This ordinance will require a licensed surveyor. I know there's some language to specify exactly what kind of surveyor, but it's a licensed surveyor to to be part of the permit application.
Correct.
And as that will also allow us to always, when we're doing the inspection, those 3 inspection things, if you guys direct us to do that, I think I'm seeing agreement that we should do that. Should we have a motion for that after we?
Just direction.
Just direction. I get nods from everybody that that's a good administrative direction. Then those boots on the ground inspections will then be able to be more effective. Questions? Councilmember Bailey, or Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you. I just have a question. I know it can be done administratively, but I was wondering if it's possible we could do that as a resolution. Would it be, I feel like it might be a stronger show to our residents if we had it in a resolution. It would be more visible and transparent.
So we did talk about this, and none of your application requirements are approved by resolution, and so if you want to go that direction, we'll have to start approving all of them by resolution.
maybe we can have some communication with residents about the plan in plain language.
We can certainly notice it.
Definitely. Well, also, we have to put it on our website. What I was picturing is that on our website, there's a lot of language about how to go through this process. And we could have a section on our website that includes like, hey, watch out, we have these certifications that you need to get before you get your certificate of occupancy. And they make sure that they ensure this and have some plain language. And then maybe we also include it in the mayor's letter, to let people know that this took effect, the council took this action. And we could put it in the Gazette too. I do think it's important that
Yeah.
people know that these steps were taken.
Thank you, I appreciate that.
Is there any other discussion or would you guys like to vote on this?
And you'll need a motion
Oh, right. A motion to approve. That's right.
or whatever action. Yeah.
Right.
I need to read the whole ordinance,
Just the word stuff is fine.
I move to approve ordinance number 2024-11-18B.
I need a second. Will Administrator Beltrone please call the vote?
Council members Algie,
Yes.
Bailey,
Yes.
Dennis,
Yes.
Lasher,
Yes.
Unger.
Yes.
Motion passes. Thank you. We are at agenda item number 13. May I have a motion from our Mayor Pro Tem to bring the item to the floor?
I move to approve ordinance number 2024-11-18C.
I think we're.
Wait, we passed 13. We're in 14.
Oh, I'm so sorry.
No worries. So I move to approve the second reading of ordinance number 2024-10-21A, an ordinance establishing a 3-month moratorium on the issuance of new building permits for single-family dwellings and duplexes that increase the gross square footage by 50% or more over the gross building square footage currently existing for the applicable property.
Do I have a second? Okay. So we've talked about this moratorium a lot, and as it stands right now, it could still be amended. And I would encourage you guys to talk to each other about it. I feel like there's not a lot more I can say about it. You know what it's about, where it is right now. And discussion, questions, comments.
Okay, yes,
Councilmember Algie.
thank you. Okay. I just would like to reiterate that this current moratorium does not reflect what the petition or the request was, and I cannot support the moratorium that is currently drafted. My concern is that the 50% square footage is not an appropriate solution to the problem.
Would you like to make a motion to amend it?
No.
Is there other comments or discussion, or are we ready to vote? Mayor Pro Tem Bailey.
I understand that this is a very divisive issue, and I did vote in support the moratorium in the last meeting after it was amended and kind of reeled in. I really hear you. I feel like the town hears you. I feel like we're doing our very best to address the issues. We've passed an ordinance, an emergency ordinance today that I think will solve a lot of problems and make sure that things are getting built according to our specifications. And you're not going to solve the issue of building design in 3 months or 6 months. You are going to open the town up to some liability and some unintended consequences. And I think we need to continue the conversation, and it's a conversation that's going to take a while to have. And so I cannot support the moratorium. I do support continuing the conversations and really continuing to have these community-wide discussions about what do we want our town to look like in the future, not what we don't want.
I'm glad you said that, Mayor Pro Tem, because this is, I think, the right place for council to give staff direction to hire a facilitator and have those conversations. And I do believe that we can learn a lot from having facilitated conversations over a period of time. That having those conversations over time will help us get to the best answers for how we can make adjustments and tweaks so that the construction that does happen isn't so offensive to a part of our community, right? That we can find ways, there are lots of things we can do. But how do we get there from here is the question. And that's why on this chart, there's problem number 5 is how do we get there? So we need to kind of have some staff direction about that. I did reach out to our town mediator who offers mediation at discounted prices for free to residents at first. And then if they want to continue, they get a discount. And she has some experience in code. So I know that there's some urgency and I wondered if she was interested in this, and she is. She said she'd love to hear more about it. So one option might be that we bring her forward and just give her the job, and then we skip the whole RFP process. Give us a budget and tell us who to hire. Or, there's other ways you could do it. You could instruct us to have an RFP and bring that back to you to have those conversations. Keep the conversation, please, at the table with public.
I didn't understand what an RFP.
You're speaking an acronym.
Okay,
And I didn't know what that meant.
If you tell me that, then I can help everybody who doesn't know what that means. An RFP is a request for proposal. So there's a process where if we're going to hire somebody that costs a substantial sum of money, maybe $5,000 or more, we might want to put that out to bid. So we would write an RFP, which is a request for proposals where we give all the exact specifications of who we're looking for to solve what problem and what time frame. And then we put it out into the world and people bid on it who might be interested in the job. And then we bring those bids back and we make some recommendations based on that. So there's that's a process, right? It takes time. So, I don't know, Austin, if I should finish the moratorium and have that vote and then we have that conversation. I just want us to have that as part of this conversation so we don't lose that possibility.
Yeah, I think it can come as a part of this conversation.
Okay. So what are your guys' ideas about how to move that forward? Mayor Pro Tem Bailey?
There had been, I know, not to put Travis on the spot, but there had been talk of possibly looking to Travis to help with this facilitation of these conversations, just because he obviously knows our code and he is familiar with our community and council.
Part of why this will take time is that we have to have Travis at the table every time. Sorry, Travis, but we need him at the table every time, even with the facilitator. And so we've got to schedule everybody. You okay with that, Travis? I just roped you into a lot of work.
Yeah. We're front and center for the town as far as administering the code, obviously the changes in 2019. And obviously we also recognize its shortcomings. So we're more than happy to be at the table there. I think we'd also enjoy leveraging the expertise of others, as well as the community input. So, we'll be there to help all the way.
Thank you.
I don't want to.
Mayor Pro Tem, you're up.
It's also possible, Travis, that you might know somebody that would be a good facilitator for our town as well.
Yep. I think we could probably provide some feedback regarding the facilitation aspect of that with a look towards design. And then a lot of the design firms will have people who specialize in that as well, and they may bite on something like this.
I was hoping that we could maybe start having community meetings on this topic in January. Do you think that's reasonable, Travis?
That would primarily depend on if you're going to have a competitive bidding request for proposal process, which is laborious. Or if you were going to go with a sole source person who would facilitate that. So that's primarily the biggest hurdle to start with for starting for January, plus the holidays. But initially they're going to do fact finding in terms of taking the pulse. What are we hearing? What are the issues? And they could jump right in. They're well versed in that. They could jump right into understanding the background right away.
We also had Chuck Woodward, who came and helped us with one of our meetings when it was short-term rental ordinance. He was referred to us by our town mediator, Liz Walker. So Liz Walker is the person who I sort of think would be a good option for this and would get us off and running quickly. But how does council feel about putting this out to bid and taking the time to look at articulate what that would look like is staff would take a first shot at articulating what a request for proposal would look like. We would put that in front of you. And then you guys would provide some insight, and then we would finalize it.
Sorry, I wasn't sure if it was like appropriate to chime in, but as someone who did this in their past life for a living, there's a lot of design language consulting firms out there. My recommendation is to take the time to put it out to bid. It's not a legal recommendation, or I can absolutely ignore it. But I think if you are looking to solve some complex development issues, getting folks who are sort of experts in those arenas will go a long way to solving issues. Just my 2 cents.
Thank you. We always appreciate your 2 cents. Always. Councilmember Unger.
I'm not as experienced in this as you are, of course, but putting things out blanket to bid and then picking the bid that is perhaps the lowest, is that the best way to get the best person?
It's not necessarily do that.
Probably not. But I think if council tonight could give us direction to say, hey, we actually want this to be a comprehensive process, if that's what you want. But we're really focused on a couple of issues, and that's, whatever it is. It sounds like it's mostly sort of residential design. Maybe it's non-residential too, but sort of limiting that scope would be helpful for staff for sure. And then I think an important question I have is to say, are we just having the conversation? Are you getting the solutions with it? Which means, are you also paying for the code rewrite? Are you paying for someone to write those design standards into your code to make them regulatory? Or are you just going to pay for someone to present the options to you? Another scope question.
Yeah, I was picturing that we were paying for somebody who could take all of the technical stuff out and could help us have conversations with our community where we look at pictures of this house could be built here. And if this is the kind of house you want, we would then give, like, let's say we land on everybody says this particular house is the kind of house that we want in town. This is the biggest house with the biggest setbacks, and then for least setbacks and lot coverage. And then we hand it to you, Austin, to write code that accomplishes that.
Yeah, I think that's great. I think you could totally put out a scope for that. And I can recommend a bunch of consultants that do that too, if you want to avoid that process. Just to say, hey, give me like the 3 best you've worked for in the past to solve that exact issue. We can definitely do that.
Mayor Pro Tem.
I also think you need to really involve our community in this, because this is not going to work without them. So I feel like I think we need to take our time a little bit. Maybe we don't need to do the RFP process, but we need to talk with community members. We formed some kind of a committee that involves our community, so they can be involved in this process, even in the choosing of the facilitator from the very beginning.
Absolutely. Great idea. how do other council members feel about the idea of a committee? Sort of like we have a historic Mountain View committee. And we used to have a finance committee, we had an events committee. And instead of like trying to ram this through and know exactly what we're doing, we have 2 council members assigned to this committee. And we invite community members to participate. We post the meetings so that, you know, it's all legal and the committee comes back at the next meeting with some recommendations.
I think that, sorry, that's all right. I think we should just leave it on.
Yeah.
I think that's a brilliant idea. I think that's one thing that we're lacking is, we have a group of residents who show up, but having an actual community committee to be able to voice and allow all community members, I think it's a brilliant idea.
And this is just to find the facilitator who's gonna help us have the conversations.
Which would also then involve the community.
Which then what?
Sorry, which would also then involve the community, the conversation.
Absolutely, the conversations are all about involving the community. And I mean, whatever you get to in the end still has to be approved by council. But council will be much better informed about like why, what's being asked for and where we land, where we land as a community, how that impacts everything, right? We'll get educated along the way. And we'll all be on the same page instead of little groups. So let's do that. Could we, since we've got the motion on the floor for the moratorium, have that vote first, and then we will have a motion to form a committee and talk about that then. So would Administrator Beltrone, please call the vote for agenda item number 14.
Councilmembers Alcine,
No.
Bailey,
No.
Dennis,
No.
Lasher,
No.
Unger.
No.
Motion fails. Thank you. So we need a motion to form a committee in order to hire, I want to make sure that we kind of get the language right, in order to hire, make recommendations to hire a facilitator. Go ahead.
Yeah, I might say something like, a motion to establish a steering committee with the following 2 council members for the purpose of, initiating a review of our design requirements and guidelines in the municipal code, including, hiring or selecting a consultant for the same.
Who are 2 council members who would like to be involved in this? Councilmember Lasher, Councilmember Algene, that would be great. That's a really, I love that. Are other council members good with that?
I think it makes a lot of sense.
Yep. Okay. Excellent. So it would be a motion to establish a committee with the following 2 council members. Councilmember Algene and Councilmember Lasher to
Select a consultant.
make a recommendation to select a consultant.
Make a recommendation to select a consultant. To provide design recommendations, design and development standard recommendations. For the code.
Perfect. We need a so moved.
So moved.
And a second.
Second.
All in favor, say, town administrator.
I just wanted to clarify what this motion would look like for staff. So it sounds like Austin has a few recommendations. So staff could work maybe for the next couple of weeks to put together a packet for the committee. And then present to the committee. So is the community, I guess I'm confused, is there specific community members that would be? Open, okay, all right. So we had I guess my question is,
what's the timing for that meeting? It's so staff can understand like kind of what's the time frame.
Right, I guess what I was picturing is that our committee would hold their first meeting and what would be staff time would be. Let us know when you hold your first meeting, we get it posted so that it's noticed. And then they tell us what they need from there.
Yeah, I'm happy to provide a list of consultants for that and you all can go through them internally. Yeah.
Does that help?
Just when do you want that committee to meet? Time frame wise,
It's up to them.
all right, let us know.
Did you mention January as the beginning?
I think we took the time frame. Well, I hope that's been recording the whole time.
Yep, it has. Now I got it back.
Okay, thank you. I almost had a heart attack. We have. The committee, I'm sorry, I lost my train of thought. Go ahead, Councilmember Algie.
Oh, okay, so we had briefly discussed about starting in January, but you mentioned that we are going to slow that down, right? That the committee is going to.
Right, my idea of starting in January was if we could get the town mediator on board right away, boom, we could probably start. But if you have a committee to make recommendations about hiring your facilitator, then all the next steps depend on the committee. We don't want to put constraints there. We want, the committee then has some authority to drive things forward.
So could the committee initiate getting together in December? And
like
entirely up to you.
yeah, and go
outside
in
of
with
this.
your recommendations and then we could do the research?
It's entirely up to you outside of this meeting.
Okay.
Because once there's a committee, the two of you have that conversation and then you bring back to us. But the only way you have the conversation is you tell staff. So that we can post it, notice it officially. But outside of that requirement, there's nothing else on deck that has to happen next. It's all dependent upon you guys scheduling it, scheduling your conversation, and then having your conversation, and then coming back at the next meeting and making your recommendations to us. So
Okay,
you'll report, those memos where the committees report, you'll have a committee report at the end of the next meeting that says, we met at these times and dates, and this is what we did and how we solved some problems and what we learned, and we're making this recommendation, whatever it is.
okay, thank you.
Does that line up with what you were thinking, Austin? Thank you. Did we take the vote to form the committee yet? We haven't done that. Okay. Should we do a roll call vote?
Either way, I can do.
Could do voice vote.
Okay, if all in favor of establishing the committee with Councilmember Algene and Councilmember Lasher, as our town attorney had previously stated, say yes.
Yes.
All opposed, say no. Motion passes.
Can I just say something? No, it's 9:30, so we're gonna have to like make a vote, but can we have a break too?
Yes, this is a great time for a break, and I'm so glad you reminded me. We didn't start right at 6:30 for the regular meeting, so we can keep moving past 9:30, but let's go ahead and take a 10-minute break. It is 9:29, so we will come back at 9:40. And bringing the meeting back to order at 9:41. And we are on agenda item number 15. May I have a motion from our mayor pro tem to bring it to the floor, please?
I move to approve the second reading of ordinance number 15, right? 2024-10, that's 21B, an ordinance of the town of Mountain View reallocating revenues and expenditures for the current calendar year and adopting a budget summarizing revenues and expenditures for the calendar year commencing January 1st, 2025 and ending December 31st, 2025, and appropriating funds therefore.
Second. So I want to make sure everybody has this flyer up. This is relevant to this conversation. You had it in your table settings.
Okay. Yes.
And for anybody who's in the audience, this is the flyer. Town administrator, you have the floor. We do still have some people on our dollars in.
All right, thank you, Mayor. So just to get things started, the Exhibit A here is showing what was adopted as amended, not adopted, right? Sorry. It reflects the changes that were made, approved, thank you. At the prior meeting, adding a 2 sworn police officers and town clerk, funding those 3 positions. In the summary here. The next page, motion or motion details, and it's one of the reasons for presenting like this was for Dr. Bailey, so she doesn't have to go through all of this, line by line. So this is kind of like down in the weeds at the GL level, but essentially what the mayor asked me to do is come up with some cost saving options for to help offset some of the increased expenditures from funding those 3 positions. So in summary, these changes for 2024 and 2025 will reduce kind of our operating recurring expenses by approximately $115,000. So it's a a significant chunk of what it offsets a significant chunk of what to offset kind of that increase that was corrected at the last meeting. There's also a few things that just changed in the month. We always I'll say this several times throughout the year, but the budget's a living document, and we want to try to use it as a management tool to understand kind of what's our best guess of what's coming. So we've gotten a few places where we've gotten different perspectives or more information, or we just had an oversight. And so those are also reflected in this this motion detail. Also to note, the first top is related to 2024, as we're also amending the budget for 2024 as we adopt the 2025 budget. And then the second half is reflective of 2025. Already tonight, we've had 2 more things that I would ask the board to consider. There was discussion of a grant program earlier in the evening, and then also the need for a building design facilitator and some solutions, and also potentially some code writing, if that's the direction that we want to go down. So in terms of the grant program, we talked about, staff had given the number, like the typical impact in years past has been about $4,000. But I didn't want to assume that was the right number. Austin and I chatted a little bit about what a building design facilitation would cost, approximately $30,000 on high side. And then of course, to do the related code writing would be another kind of $20,000. We did that kind of in-house with our contract attorneys firm. So 2 additional things to consider. I think the intention of this motion detail spreadsheet was really to be a starting point for the discussion this evening. So really kind of we're looking for the board's direction, but wanted to note those 2 extra things as well.
Thank you, Administrator Beltrone.
One other thing, sorry. The highlights here are important. So the kind of orange and pink highlights are related to the AVIS program. The green highlights are for capital kind of non-recurring expenses. And then under the GL, you'll see the sewer line maintenance and the playground improvements. Those two are highlighted in purple. Those are non-general fund accounts. So the sewer line maintenance, that's to our enterprise fund for sewer. And then the playground improvements is for the conservation trust fund. So I just want to highlight a few of those things as well.
So I'm gonna, thank you, Administrator Beltrone. I'm gonna also put some of this in the most ordinary of ordinary language. When we reduced, we really looked closely to try to find places that we could find like cost reducing for operating expenses so that we tighten the belt even further in order to fund those positions that we added at the last reading. Website management is for, we would reduce some of the hours of our contractor who helps us with the website. So I get emails from council members and community members quite frequently or texts saying, there's an error on the website. This didn't get scheduled. Let's do this better. And so that is part of what will suffer a little bit, but it is a place where it's not part of our, most important processes. And we can teach staff how to do that, and I can do my best, and it's something we can probably plug that hole. And then community functions, we were thinking we could probably still put on some really good events. If we take $5,000 away from the community events, we could probably still pull off some really great events. $5,000 seems reasonable. Printing expenses, we heard a lot of concerns about that, so that would reduce the Gazette to a single page every month. So I just wanted to highlight those because those are things that you would notice that would change. Council discussion questions. Councilmember Unler.
The playground. I don't honestly see any reason to have the playground, the little one that we have, upgrade. It seems to be doing fine, and I think it was assessed recently and it was good shape. And I don't see any reason to put money into a playground across the alley when we have a beautiful playground a couple blocks down. I would like to see that money go to making a community center out of that concrete building that we still have standing there, so that we can have a meeting place.
Yeah, I can speak to that. So the playground, correct, so we had CIRSA come do our safety audit, and they said, yes, this is not at the end of its useful life, it's a safe playground, it's got many years left. The 65K there, you'll see next to the purple highlight. That's funds that comes out of the Conservation Trust Fund. So that's a restricted use fund. We essentially get the lottery proceeds from the state, come down, we get a portion of that. We have to spend that on something related to the outdoors, parks. So one way we could, so traditionally Mountain View is used as a piggy bank for things like a new playground because they're expensive. The other line of thinking is you could use conservation trust funds to help pay for annual operating costs of maintaining the park. So in an indirect way, we could reduce general fund expenditures through park maintenance to then have more general fund dollars to spend on something else if that's the direction that the board wants to go.
I love the idea of, a place where we can meet and a gathering space and all that. I feel like we're kind of jumping the gun. I feel like we have a lot on our plate as a community. We have these newly formed committees. We're kind of in the red. I would like to maybe press pause on that until we can get a better idea of what that looks like. Before we spend, I know it's a capital expense and therefore it's not a recurring expense for operating expenses, but it just feels like that would be one way to alleviate some pressure on the budget.
How do other council members feel about that?
I agree. We should jump the gun until we really have like a really good plan of what we want to do and, how to go about it. And also with the playground, I don't think we need to do anything to it. But there also are a lot of grants if you make it like handicap accessible and stuff like that. So moving forward, when we get to a point where it does need to be redone, I would really like to like make it, with grant money to make it accessible for all.
But for now, taking the playground off of the budget is something, because really what you're doing with the 2025 budget is you're helping create the work plan for staff. So what we have been doing not traditionally, but in the last 5 years is saving money in that account and knowing that it's just building, and then eventually future councils will at some point use it. So it sounds like we're all in agreement, like let's keep doing that. We've got a lot on our plate. But what about, one of the things on the sheet here is to increase the community space, the town hall expansion, the 134, 108. It's the third from the bottom, the town hall expansion. So we heard Mayor Pro Tem Bailey say that maybe we press pause on that and not put that in the 2025 budget. So how do people feel about that?
I would feel comfortable pausing it and then seeing how like the radar system brings money in, because I think, like you said, we can adjust as we go. So like take it from the budget, and then if it's something where we are making a lot of money, then, put it back. Go ahead.
Love your thinking, like, yeah, budget is a living document, and if we want to revisit the budget after the pilot program for the AIS is through in 3.5 months, we can certainly present some adjustments at that time.
So then the idea would be, I think I see agreement on the floor here that third line up from the bottom, town hall expansion, just strike that.
So there's actually quite a bit of money that's, I think it was 140, is that what you said, Marcy? So we could actually, if we struck that, we still have 140,000 for town hall expansion. So would you like to reduce that amount totally to zero, or I guess I do kind of, my question is we've started down this path of kind of getting some professional help with this, like what is bringing engineers and say, well, what is it going to take to do this? I think there's one option, and if that's the direction we're getting, we can completely pause it for the next several months. Another option, kind of middle ground, might be to maybe give us 10,000 or 15,000 to continue to flesh out ideas and bring things, maybe not build it this year, but if that's the direction that you're thinking we want to go, then I guess I would defer to David if you might have a better sense of what resources we might need in 25 to continue to make progress, if that's something that you all want to do.
Yeah, basically what we're looking at on that 4185, I assume that's what we're talking about, is we're still doing research trying to figure out how we can take that forward. And we haven't really been able to get that figured out just yet. So if we had a little bit of money where we could still do research on the foundation and figuring out the plans and stuff, that would at least keep that moving forward a little bit, but not going ahead and doing anything with it right away.
I'd be good with that too.
May I ask, what would be the ask then for that? What would be the amount?
25,000, something like that.
I don't think we even need that much. Probably 10,000 would give us more than enough.
Okay. Thank you for throwing yourself in front of our the feedback sound.
I mean, especially if we're going to reconsider the budget in February, March, like 10 grand would definitely get us.
Right. I appreciate the middle ground solution that you provided.
Yeah. Mayor Pro Tem Bailey's issue appreciated the middle ground solution. So it's really important for the recording to doing, helps to have it on the mic. So we would then, that third line would be wiped out completely, and we would reduce that GL to 10,000.
I think that would be, instead of adding 134 expense, it would be a reduction of, I think, 130, but I'll make sure if there's 10,000 left.
Perfect. What about for the grant program for community members in need? And we could just give it a dollar number and then bring that back to a conversation for council to have some better, form for how that gets applied.
Oh, I just wanted to say that with like, while I was using the restroom, like people had talked to me about it, out there. And someone was like, well, or and then a comment was like, well, then you're getting into people's financial stuff. It's like, again, I don't feel like anyone in Mountain View is gonna be like abusing the situation, and I wanna like put trust in people. So it's like, I would like to have like a set amount where it's like, it's been brought up, like, what if someone needs help with effects? What if someone needs help with, something, snowplow? Like, there's been lots of times where people have been like, well, do we have something for that? Where it's like, I think it'd be really nice to just have like a set, a $5,000, $10,000 checking account, savings account, or, budgeted. And then they come to you or John, and say like, hey, I'm having a hard time. I can't afford groceries, and then it's not like an everyday thing, but then it's open to all the community members, not just like someone who needs a sidewalk or someone who needs something. It's like they can use it for lots of things, and I don't think we need to like check their finances. I think they'd be honest.
And that conversation of how we use the money, we could have it at a future meeting so that we notice it and we really get into that part of the conversation. But what we need for this part of the conversation is a dollar number. How much money would you like to spend for a program of that nature, for the details to be worked out at a later date? Councilmember Algie.
I feel like we've kind of digressed into, I think the purpose of removing or reducing the senior discount was to put some dent into our budget, correct? And no? Okay. And I love the idea of helping all. And also I'm going to go back to the senior citizen. Nationally, culturally, we recognize that particular group of people, and there are exceptions, okay, like you mentioned your dad, there are exceptions, but this particular group of people have always historically been on a tight budget. They have limited means, and they are, you can get a senior discount if you get a Costco membership, if you go out to eat, if you, we offer senior discounts as a societal recognition of their contribution.
So all we're talking about here is a dollar number, not how it would be applied.
$31.
$31 for the whole year. We're talking about
$31 per senior.
Per
Okay,
senior.
So what we're saying is, what is the dollar number? And maybe our town administrator can do the math there. But since we don't know the number of seniors in town, what you're proposing is that we do the math to figure out. I mean, honestly, I don't think that's what you're proposing. I think what you're proposing is don't get rid of the senior discount, which was voted on at the prior. So now we're on to a different subject, which is.
And that's another great community serve.
Okay, so the senior discount already got voted on. Right, that moved away.
So we were bringing that back for discussion.
Now what we're saying is for the annual budget, we need a dollar number for a dollar number for the year. If you guys want to do this, to have a program that would replace what we just got rid of.
Okay.
And the characteristics of that, we're not gonna discuss tonight.
Okay,
We're just trying to get to the dollar number so that we can finish the second reading on the budget.
I guess my question would be to the council, how do you come to a dollar amount? If we don't have the opportunity to research or to see what is other municipalities are doing, are we just pulling a number out of the hat?
It's the annual budget, so it's not specific. We're trying to say, how much money does the town want to spend per year to support those in need with some sort of program, the details of which are to be decided at a future meeting. Councilmember Lash.
Would we feel comfortable doing like, just like we said, like it's a living document, so like start at $5,000, and then as we're doing well, as we're seeing how many people are utilizing this fund, it is a living document, so we can always come back to the table and add more to it. And instead of, overshooting and saying, let's put 50 grand in there, it's like, just start with 5 grand, and then we can always come back to the table as it's being used.
And that allows us to have the conversation at a later date about how that money gets spent.
Right.
But it just sets it aside in the budget. 5 grand is $1,000 more than what our town administrator estimated was spent on discounts
Or
already.
do 4 grand.
Right, but 5 grand seems to make sense to me because you're opening the possibility of handling the money differently, right? And that conversation would happen at a later date. Mayor Pro Tem Bailey and then Councilmember Lasher.
I'm willing to propose 5,000 to start, and then as we talk about the living document, the budget, we can always readjust.
I do actually agree with Leo, what we're saying about the senior discount and stuff, but if there are a lot of seniors who don't need it, so maybe as we're sending something out, we can, the people who are really, shook by this or hurt by it right away, we can, cover theirs or
We'll
something.
have that conversation at the later date, how we apply the money. All
Yeah.
we're doing right now is saying the amount and how that money gets spent. We will put it on a future agenda schedule.
I was just saying more as we're alerting them that there's gonna be a raise, if someone's upset, we can.
Oh, we have to form the program before we can
Okay.
alert them.
Okay.
Yeah, so because we have to treat everybody. I learned this very painfully. I'm trying to help this person or this person and suddenly I'm like, oh, wait a minute, I didn't help this other person. So we've got to really articulate how we're gonna spend the money, what the program looks like, and then we'll administer it and communicate it really well.
Okay.
But you guys will make that decision, how that money is spent, and we'll start with $5,000. That sound right? So then that would be a change to this. To add a grant program of $5,000. Does that make sense, Administrator Beltrone?
So what I've got right now is what's on the screen. A reduction of the town hall expansion, so we just have 10,000 for 2025. 5,000 for a grant program to be determined, and then 50,000 for building design, facilitation, and co-writing.
That sounds right. I'm following you there. Does everybody else?
Last one, Joan, can you repeat the last one?
50,000 for a building design facilitator and code writing. So it's like 30,000 for the facilitator, and you guys can make recommendations that reduce that after you meet, you find out, and maybe it doesn't, but that's what we understand sort of on the high end, we budget for. And then the 20,000 for additional legal services for writing the code, that's our in-house legal expenses go up.
What's that category called again?
Building design facilitator and code writing. Any other changes? We have to tell, I'm not sure we can immediately change the Gazette to 1 page or 2 pages. Because I think we have to change the
I
contract.
can notice them,
Okay.
yeah.
Mayor Pro Tem Bailey.
Did we need to extend the meeting since it's 10 o'clock?
We started at what time? I have to look at my notes. Thank you.
7:55.
Nope, we can go until, okay, cool, sure. Almost 11, thank you. So, I heard a little moan of unhappiness about the Gazette over here. Are we all on the same page? Do we want to reduce the Gazette to 2 pages and save $5,000? I mean, to 1 page from 2 pages and save $5,000. Councilmember Alvin.
I think we should, yeah. I mean, I see that the last few editions, they're pictures and they're great. But having like the information from Dave and you, that's really critical. And if we can save $5,000, that would be my.
Kind of on the fence.
Mayor Pro Tem.
I'm kind of on the fence. I definitely like the idea of saving money, but I feel like it also builds community. Do we have any statistics at all? And do we have any knowledge of readership of the Gazette? That would be super helpful in making policy decisions about how to spend money. Is there any way we can? Is there any? How do we get the temperature of the town and who actually reads it?
I get so much positive feedback. It makes me sad to cut it. I'm just gonna be honest. At the same time, it makes me very, very relieved because it's a lot of work. But I get so much positive feedback from it. And so it really is, it's a hard call. Councilmember Lasher.
Just like we're calling our budget a living document, like maybe we cut it and then as we start to get, more, tickets coming in and we start to redevelop, then we can just make our own Gazette number.
The only problem is it's a contract.
So
So
can
I
you
think
do like 3-month contracts or?
we can try, we can certainly try, but I don't know that we can count on it.
Okay,
So,
I didn't
yeah.
have it.
I really don't know how it works. Just a minute, I'm sorry. We have one more comment here and then I'll come to you. Councilmember Dent.
I also am a little bit sad to reduce it to 1 page, just because I felt like it gave the town a lot of character. And, it was always fun to see, pictures after events and kind of what brought the community together. Now, is there a way that we could maximize 1 page? Sure. But I think my main concern is, are we still going to have room for public works reports and really the articles that were in place? Is that still going to be doable with 1 page? Like, are we still going to be able to convey a good enough message? Is really
I agree.
my concern.
When I had all text, the editors would kind of give me a hard time and they're like, you need to break it up a little bit with some visuals. So, but we would be able to get 2 articles and a couple of pictures in every time, or a flyer and a couple of articles and a picture. We could do it. We really could do it with 1 page. But I know that the community likes 2 pages because I get a lot of positive feedback. Councilmember Alger.
Is it something that we could attempt to do this coming year and then in the next budget say, you know what? We were wrong. We really need to go 2 pages. Because it gives the community, they love it, but also I hear that it's a throwaway. Some of them they're like, why do I get it? It just goes in the recycling bin. I don't read it. And I think that by showing that we're making a concerted, mindful attempt to look at our budget and be fiscally responsible, we're going to give this a try.
Certainly makes sense. It'll still go out to everybody. Mayor Pro Tem.
Are we done with the exact conversation or have other questions?
Or just have one.
I want to change.
Councilmember Dent.
Just kind of an idea while I'm sitting here, should we potentially add a tab to the website where we have monthly updates? And stay on there, so that way people can go and see, okay, rather than have to open the Gazette, we have something that's right there on the website where we can just post at our leisure. That might solve part of that problem.
It's a great idea.
I love that idea. We also have people that don't go online.
They're not
Yeah,
on the internet.
I know.
Well, let's try it. I think that it's worth trying.
Wasn't the idea to?
I can't, I'm so sorry, I can't.
Rebrand
I cannot,
ourselves.
please, that's out of order. We're gonna try to stay on track. You can send in a comment later. So let's go ahead and try, see what we can negotiate with the Gazette for 2025 is what I think I'm hearing direction from council to reduce to one page. And then if the budget changes, then we try to change the contract. Is that what we want to do? Yeah.
Yes.
I think that works.
Okay.
I noticed in here for moving on, that we still have a line item in here for furnishings for 10,000.
And we can take that out, but
that can get taken out. And also there's, there actually is there's a line item in here for the town hall remodel of 20,000 and a town hall expansion of 150,000, which in here, which is different from the numbers that you provided on the other sheet.
Sure, it's, so this is the change, so we already had, right? The motion details document the change. So we had already had 150, our new bid was 240 plus 25, I think, for the landscaping, so it was on top of the 150. And so how I understood this was to strike everything, reduce it by, instead of increasing it by 134, reduce it by 140 or whatever that number is to get it down to 10. And then remove the 10K from the furnishings. I think there's also a 6,000 for security system. Yeah. Remove that as well. Dave, is there?
do we have things for computers? No, it was like security.
Just security, just the security. Yeah. I think that's it.
And there's property abatement.
Sorry.
Property abatement is also 3,500.
Property abatement.
That's different.
That's different.
Okay. But that's for 2025.
I have a question over here.
See those on my sheet. Property.
They're on the main budget, the exhibit A that was here, I think is what you're seeing. Property abatement is on your as amended budget. Yeah. And property abatement is when something like gets, let's say we used it for the Ames house before we bought it, where there was construction happening and we had to stop the construction and then have legal stuff happen. Or like if a crib and a mattress get dumped in the alley and we have to go clean it up because it wasn't the resident who put it there and somebody just came and dumped it, we use that abatement code. We charge that to them, to that number. Airport.
Just have another question. There's a 25K here for tree line incentives program. Is that part of the traffic calming or what's that?
We were actually adding in to do trees again this coming spring.
With the tree program, last year we didn't have insurance with that, did we? So I saw that we had lost a number of trees. Would this 25,000 also, could we include insurance so that we wouldn't have loss, people weren't taking it?
When we bring forward that to spend that money, we'll make sure, raise that question at that point.
Okay.
So that'd be part of the specifics of that program. Okay, so we've got adding 5K for the grant program. Do you want to go over the list of things that are changing in this amendment? Then we could have a motion unless there's more discussion.
Yeah, so reducing the town hall expansion, So we're changing 130, an increase, going from an increase 134 to decreasing about approximately 140 to get that to 10,000. Adding 5K for the grant program, adding 50K for building design facilitation and solutions plus code writing. And then removing 10K for furnishings and 6K for security related to the town hall expansion.
Well, that's everything I have. We okay moving it forward?
Just have a comment about the trees again. I just have a comment about the trees that, since, I look at what we had, in the previous 2 years and our $2 million reduction, right? Can we suspend our tree program for a year?
What do fellow council members think about suspending the tree program for a year? Revelation.
I love the tree idea. I love that you and Councilmember Metz brought to the table. But on the same hand, like we are hemorrhaging money. And I feel like at some point we have to like stop the things, So like, is it like something that we can reevaluate in a few months to see if our situation gets better? But I would support pausing it for the spring.
So one thing about the tree program, is it a capital expense or an operating expense in our current budget?
So I classified it from because management tool as a non-recurring capital expense because it is optional, right? So if we needed to stop it, we could. It's not like it's gonna have a real impact on operations like somebody's salary or benefits. So that it has been kind of classified. There's some gray area. I mean, we have done it for several years in a row. So I think you could make the argument that to put it in either bucket, but I had put it in kind of capital bucket.
Maybe it's just kind of in the same category as the Gazette, where we just say, let's try, let's put it on pause. It helps us all feel better. And then at a later date, if the budget changes, we know it's one of the things that's important to us and important to the community. And it's one of the first things to come back online if we get to a better place. Does that sound about like where we're at? Yeah. Councilmember Algie.
And y'all know I'm a tree hugger, and I love the trees, and I really do. But what I found was some residents who have agreed to have a tree, I was making sure that they were cared for consistently because I knew if they didn't receive the attention, they would simply die. So we just need to have, I don't know, maybe a stronger conversation with those who want to have a tree. It's great to get a free tree, but you still got to take care of it.
So when we bring it back, after our budget circumstances have improved, because they will, I am determined and committed and have a lot of faith in that and all the hard work that's going into that. Let's have a good comprehensive conversation about how to make the tree program better at that time. And for now, Councilmember Elder.
One quick question for Dave. Do you have a commitment already with the tree growers?
No.
Speaking. Okay. Be good to, I know.
Pains me. It really is like my favorite.
Are we good to, Austin, he listed all the things and they haven't changed. Should we list them again and have a so moved?
If you're clear on them, you can just say as the town administrator listed, they've changed.
I'm clear on them. Are you clear on them?
We're cutting the tree budget too. That's the only change since
Yes.
last. That would be the only change.
So we need a motion to amend the budget to include all the items as the town administrator previously listed.
Okay.
So moved.
So moved.
Second. Will the town administrator please call the vote?
Council members Algie,
Yes.
Bailey,
Yes.
Dennis,
Yes.
Lasher,
Yes.
Hunger.
Yes.
Motion passes.
Sorry. Thank you, everybody.
What?
I know we're getting to the end of our agenda here, but we've got a few more important things. May I have a motion to bring the resolution for agenda item number 16 to the floor, please?
Stu, is that my job? I move to approve, please. Resolution number 2024-11-18A, a resolution amending the town's prevailing wage policy and police department step line.
So for this, if everybody has your table setting that looks like this. And in your packet, you also have a copy of an amended step plan. I'll go over this sheet first.
Did you give us that tonight?
I didn't
get one.
Okay, we will pass it out. Oh, good. Go ahead and pass this around. Thank you. So I'll go over this one first, and then we'll talk about the set plan. We basically got more information. And I realized that when we were converting the numbers from the market research that we did to the ranges, the permanent prevailing ranges, we accidentally took the middle number and put it at the beginning of the range rather than in the middle of the range. So it made the ranges look like they were much bigger, that the salaries had the potential to go much higher than they actually do. So we corrected it didn't change anybody's salaries, but we're correcting that error so that the ranges that are listed here for 2023 are reflective of what actually happened in 2023. And we can talk more about that in detail if people want, or we can kind of keep it at that broad level. And then for the police department set plan, what we did was we simplified so that instead of having a prevailing wage portion of the steps plus longevity portion of the steps, we combined them and we made it simpler. So it's a 5% increase across the board for every year. 5.5%. And then were there other changes to the set plan? We took out some language that was conflicting with Lexipol about what would happen if they didn't meet those requirements. And I think that was it, right? Questions, comments, discussion. Yeah, pro tem.
We'll just make sure I understand this correctly. You lumped the prevailing wage policy in with the set plan, so they're not getting a prevailing wage policy on top of it, or they are? I thought I read that they were still subject to the prevailing wage policy.
So previously we had 2 factors for the raise each year. What this does is it gives one factor, basically the merit, 5.5% merit. That the starting salary for the officers and corporals is based on the prevailing wage analysis whenever a salary survey is done. So in future years of salary surveys done, we adjust those upward. Those enrolled in the STEP program would see that similar adjustment in addition to their 5.5%. So it's a lot cleaner rather than kind of having to try to estimate every year where those positions are along the prevailing wage range. It's a lot less of a headache to do it this way. Maybe a little bit of overthinking on my part. All of that. So, thank you, Chief, for bearing with me.
In which case, no, this is money. We should have a roll call vote. Will town administrator please call the vote?
Certainly. Councilmembers Algene,
Yes.
Bailey,
Yes.
Dennis,
Yes.
Lasher,
Yes.
Hunger.
Yes. Motion passes. And we would have put agenda item number 17 in the consent agenda, but we hadn't passed the budget yet, so we have to do it separately, but will our Mayor Pro Tem please bring agenda item number 17 to the floor?
I move to approve resolution number 2024-11-18B, resolution levying general property taxes for the 2025 budget year.
Second.
Any discussion? I felt so embarrassed. I had no idea what Bill was talking about when he asked me that question. I'm like, 3.1.
You're talking about the same thing. He was talking about the entire mill levy.
It was like, no, 30, 40, 60%. I'm like, what?
Like, no, just 3.
Thousands.
I'll have to.
What a mill is.
I think what was helpful from, like, our town property taxes are very low, like well, I think that's what Bill was trying to get to, like where we had 70 or 80 mills that you pay into, most of that goes to the state, education type things. 3.11 goes to Mountain View. And I think for context of this, it's a very small portion. It brings in about $40,000 for next year, and the mills haven't changed from the prior year.
Thank you. You guys want to change it? It's too late. Sorry, you can't. Because we didn't pass it, we didn't adopt it soon enough. It just rolls over if you don't do it by November or something, by the beginning of November or something. So this is what it is for this year. Is that right?
Yeah.
Hopefully improve it. Should we do a roll call vote or is it okay to do a voice?
You can do voice vote.
All in favor say yes.
Yes.
All opposed say no. Motion passes. General business, our Mountain View traffic safety plan. So this is really like a draft, right? Of the idea here, and I'm excited about this, even though it's the end of the meeting. I am really excited about this because the idea is really think about that AVIS work that we're doing in the context of all the other work that the town staff and all the departments and council has been prioritizing for a long time, safety. And there's lots of different ways in which we're prioritizing safety, and AVIS fits into that. And so it's really not its own thing. And we should be talking about it and bragging about it, about all the work that you guys have been doing on this idea and brand it and put it out on the website in that way. So it's really about communicating, right? And we didn't want to spend a lot of money branding, although it's tempting because it's a fun thing to do. But so I basically tried to kind of throw this together for the concept and see if I'm moving in the right direction. Use it if I have your approval to help me design those pages on the website. And then we'll continue to add to it and have sort of a brand around this concept. Discussion.
Just putting it out there that I am more than happy to help with the branding process if that will help us save money. If cost is an issue, I can definitely volunteer my time. So.
Thank you. Mayor Pro Tem.
I really like it personally. I was very pleased to see it appear in the packet, and I thought it looked excellent. And I think it's a brilliant way to really drive home that we really have been doing a lot around safety. And this isn't about writing tickets. This is about traffic safety. This isn't about padding your budget. This is about traffic safety. And it just fits into everything we have been doing. And it was really nice to see it very nicely packaged and very succinct. So I appreciate that. Thank you.
I second what she said.
Thank you. So we'll sort of be moving that forward and reporting on that. Are there other details that I neglected?
do we want to bring the resolution forward at the next meeting?
There's a Vision Zero resolution that our public works coordinator is on committee for Vision Zero, for regional Vision Zero, which is a regional commitment. And we can work with the draft of the resolution that you have in the packet and with David's or public works coordinators efforts and bring a resolution so that we have a resolution to add some teeth to this. If you guys are okay with that.
Yeah.
Perfect. Anything else I'm forgetting? That we need for staff direction? Intergovernmental agreement for property management services. Administrator Beltrone?
Yeah, last meeting, staff got direction to bring back a contract from Foothills Regional Housing Authority to manage the property, rent out the property 4193 at an affordable rate. And so this agreement, or in front of you, if we get approval for this, we can sign that contract and get that place rented out.
Thank you. I did have a question about, there had been some chatter about potentially using the garage space for office space and not including that as rental with that property, and I wonder if you had explored that.
I don't know. I don't know how much that would impact the price we could get if that was a factor in their calculation. But if it's something that we want to do, if we want to hold that space, we kind of looked into it initially, putting kind of a fence up between the house and the garage. So it's definitely a possibility if that's the direction that board wants to go.
Would it be valuable office space for you, for staff?
I think it right now we are using it for storage. We're storing a few things in there. I think in the, if we are, I guess it really kind of depends on what we do with 4185 and how quickly we move on that. The things from the source of safety audit was we do need to move things out of our garage.
Right.
So it would be helpful to have an option to move some of that stuff out of there. But we can go either direction. We can make it work, whatever direction we want to go.
Councilmember Dennis. Kind of a side issue I'm noticing as I'm reading this agreement now. I just noticed that our name, the party name in this agreement is misspelled. I don't want to do that for example, but I just noticed, I don't know if there's any sort of legal.
Yeah. We'll correct the typo.
Yeah. Just wanted
This
to bring that.
agreement was tough to work with.
So that's why we don't have a resolution. Yeah, we'll correct the typo. Councilmember Lush.
I think we should absolutely keep the garage and the office space. We're renting it at a discounted rate, which is also hard since we are cutting things off of our budget to not rent it at full asking price. And I feel like the percentage that we're paying them is higher than other companies that I have doing stuff of mine in Denver. And so that was also kind of hard to stomach. So I absolutely think that I would feel more comfortable, since we are trying to do good, rent it for less, be able to use our property to store our stuff and then have an office for Miles and David to be working at instead of the coffee table. So I would like that. I don't know where everyone else is.
See an agreement.
Just quick caveat. I don't know if Foothills part of their calculation to get to the 2,700 a month included the garage. So I guess that's the question, if you want me to go back to them and say, hey, just rent out the house, at what point, I mean, if they're gonna be like, yeah, but you can only charge 2,300 for it, I mean, like, I guess that's my only concern with that. It's unclear how bad you want the garage, and I don't wanna have to, I don't wanna have to delay this another month. If it does impact it, I'm not sure yet. So that, I guess that's my question to the board.
Yeah. I think it kind of depends on how, I mean, I feel like you need to look at the financials because we're paying money for storage, right? So you factor in the storage cost, savings cost, also the fact that we will have office space for staff and the value of that, and then factor in how does that look in terms of what the reduced rental income might be?
Yeah, so one of the problems with that space, the things that we have to store that we have in storage right now, we would have to invest money into that garage to make it compliant, because we have like police evidence or sensitive town files that we can't just have in an old garage. So we likely would see cost savings. We wouldn't be able to get rid of those storage units unless and I think until we really have like a permanent solution. But I think too, like if we get direction, just to, I guess, use good judgment, I can try to, if it's way off, I can bring it back. But if it's maybe a couple $100 off, then I guess that's what I'm asking for, is just a little bit of discretion there for staff to just kind of make a decision if it's not exactly the amount.
I've got one and then I'll do next. Councilmember Watch.
Also, we do have like a lot of storage, just like town equipment and tables and stuff like that we could be storing in there. And, also I feel like this company seems like they're doing us a favor really when we're giving them our business. So like I would be fine looking elsewhere where someone could get us, still at a discounted rate. So we could, feel good about renting it at a lower rate. But, it's like when we are doing this, it's like we're already paying a higher percentage. So like, yeah, I would give you, like I would need you to come back if it was like a little bit less, but also like it is a big house and I have houses that are renting. They're smaller than that for more. So it's like, I think we should be able to keep the garage. And I would like to also see like how much would it be to get the garage where we could cancel our storage unit? Like, is it $500 equipment that we need to put in, or is it like 50,000?
I think it was.
It's sizable. What we're talking about is we would have to have a couple of different places built out where we could store one type of thing in one area, another type of thing in another area, and a third type of thing in a third area. So you're not talking about just making it afford, you're talking about really having to build out that garage.
Can I just ask a follow-up to hit what he just said? Sorry. Since we already have that in our like town hall garage, is that what, couldn't we just move everything else out of like the snow blower and everything like that out of our town hall garage and move like our town junk-ish over there? Why not?
The stuff that's in the garage currently, part of the problem that we have with that is that it isn't our garage. It's open spaces garage. And the only thing that technically should be in there is open spaces equipment or things that are used in the open space. So actually the snow blower can stay in there because it's used for the park. Some of the tools can stay in there, but all of the police stuff has to come out of there at some point. I think all of the town event stuff can stay because again, that's something that's done in open space normally.
Okay, that makes sense.
Yeah, thank you.
Councilmember Unler.
John, are we looking at the long-term of that building that we're talking about making a community center? It does have a basement. Are we thinking long-term of getting things over there and secured?
We don't know.
So I think I wouldn't recommend spending money on the garage, making the storage space in the garage fit for our needs until we make a decision on 4185. Because that, that basement there, it's, that, I think that's one of the appealing things to that property is it would be a secure storage place in that basement. At a relatively low cost. If that makes sense.
I just want to hear that given all of the cost cutting measures that we're prioritizing, that you guys in fact want to rent that property as affordable housing. That to me is what is the question really here. These are the right people to do it if we're going to do it. In my understanding of what's available. But is that what you want to do? If it's not, then looking at the garage is a whole thing, right? Because if we're not going to rent it through Foothills with an IGA with Jefferson County systems, then we could say, okay, let's rent it at full market value and keep the garage for our own use and really like make it work for us. But if we're gonna rent it as affordable housing, it feels like we're sort of far enough down the road that giving Administrator Beltrone some discretion to see if he can get the garage out of the equation and then just move it forward, that would seem wise to me. Does that make sense?
My stance would be to continue to pursue renting it as affordable housing. And continue to, is it Jeffco? What's the? I'm sorry.
It's Foothills Regional Housing Authority, but it's the counties.
Right, and then following your recommendations of giving you the discretion to utilize the garage as you see fit. That's my recommendation.
Is everybody okay on that? Moving that forward in that way? So we have direction for staff to go ahead and allow me to sign the IGA with Foothills. And we would have some discretion to see if we can pull out the garage for staff use without adjusting the rent that we receive from the renters too much. And that we would make a wise decision without it being too impactful. Does that work, Austin?
Should really have a motion to approve the agreement, authorize your signature.
Okay. So we need a motion to approve the agreement and authorize my signature.
Authorize you to execute, I should say.
Authorize me to execute it and negotiate it? Because that's what we're asking for, is a little bit of discretion.
Yeah, I'd say execute and finalize.
Okay.
Or however we typically do it.
I think we say negotiate.
Okay, do we? Okay.
Yeah, negotiate and execute.
Okay, perfect.
So
We'll get it right in the minutes. It's all there.
It's all there. And a second. All in favor say yes.
Yes. Yes.
All opposed say no. Motion passes. We are on to our staff reports. And I'm going to give the floor to Administrator Beltrone. I want to make sure this gets done.
All right, we'll start with Chief Nesbitt.
Thank you, everybody. I'll keep this as short as I can, given the hour, until the commission highlights quick. Western News, we all attended the funeral. Steve. I'm just very sad. So he's very well liked by his department. I think he can send up. Also being president.
I'm so sorry. I'm at the 3-hour mark because we started at 7:45 and it's 10:45. So I do need a motion in a second, a majority vote to continue.
I move to continue the meeting.
Second.
All in favor say yes.
Yes.
All opposed say no. Motion passes. You can continue. Sorry to interrupt you. Thank you.
I do want to just give a shout out to every officer in our department right now. We been steadily working a sex assault case earlier in beginning of October. Yeah, it's taken a lot of man hours. Everybody here's really pulled together and made this happen. So we're still actively working on that. We'll keep you guys updated what we can. Dave, or sorry, director, we've been working together, trying to put together a plan for a generator, given the last snowstorm was not pleasant for a little while, but we got that figured out, at least in the short term. We're putting a plan together to try and get back a generator. Well, actually, for town. So, hopefully we can push a bit pretty quick with that. I'm not gonna look at this as bad news. We should all be very proud of Officer Beale. She did a great job as she was here. When other departments come to you to look for cops, it's a slap in the back. They, we obviously didn't want to see her leave, but it's for the right reasons. We wish her all the very best. She did a great job for us while she was here. We sent her off with her favorite chicken wings for lunch, and we hope for the best. We started Birmingham a long talk about this, and it was a very local agency. When they come recruiting your people, they know you're producing good people. So it's again, it's hard to see her leave, but we hope the best for her. Officer Rodriguez is finally finished his leadership course. Yeah, so he did finish it. It was a graduation, and then he celebrated himself. Like, he went to Mexico for a week, so he was gone for a little bit as well. There was an issue brought up with the last set of stats. There was a trespass motor vehicle that was not listed there. We did find that report, it just didn't be completed, so it was added to this one, but it technically should have been on the last report. It was at the top of the stats there, you'll see the citations were down quite a bit. I just wanted to do anytime they're that low, I didn't want to cover that. We had a lot of man hours put into this sex assault, so it was very time consuming. Our readers were going on vacation, the end of this class, so it's I just didn't want to address it. That number wasn't livable stats. Again, we still doing a lot of training for the rest of the year, but every officer there is well over 100 hours each for training this year. So we still kind of looking at that direction. But there's some grant stuff working for next year coming up for some more training stuff. Officer Nelson Bucky has volunteered to be tased. I think he's going to regret that decision, but we're going to do that in the training part. We probably won't do that at the police department. We will make sure if he wants to, he has to see the video, we'll make it for him. So,
Yeah, I was gonna ask if council members could come.
We've both been in that position before. I don't think he ever has, and I think he's going to regret it, but besides the release, he's more than welcome. Yeah, the stats are there. If you guys have any questions at all, please let me know. And again, anything I can help with, I'll be for a job.
I think Officer Nelson Dunkey also volunteered or was assigned to help with Officer Behill's prior job of helping with social media.
He has, yes, absolutely.
Mayor Pro Tem.
I just had a question. The last election, Prop 130 passed, which is siphoning money to law enforcement. I was wondering if that had any impact on our town and what ways.
I read it over. I mean, I point, but I read it over. I don't know how it's directly affect us. I know it does allocate money for law enforcement. I'm not quite sure how that gets funneled down to our end so far, but I'm sure we will find out.
I'm sure. Yeah, I was gonna say, I'm sure we'll be hearing from our town attorney shortly. Any other questions or comments for Chief? Back to you.
Works coordinator, do you?
Turn off. It's funny how that gets turned off every time.
We turn it off.
Okay, now we're working. You've got the stuff in front of you. Only wanted to highlight just a couple of things. We did finish the sidewalk repair program for this year. We actually did a total of 10 addresses. Only one of them was a grant recipient. Everybody else was paying their own way. So out of the 15,000 that we allocated for this year for the grant program, we only actually spent about $1,000, but we did do 45 total panels. Other thing that I wanted to highlight was that 4183, in case somebody missed it, is now gone. There's a hole there. We will be getting the hole filled in shortly. It's just, we're waiting on them to bring in some dirt for that. And about the only other thing is that I'm working with RG and Associates. We're doing the final reports for the DOLA closeout. We should be getting that done within the next couple of weeks. And then that project will be finished out. So that's about all the highlights. Is there any questions from anybody?
Thank you so much for all your hard work this past month.
All right, thank you, Chief, and thank you, David. Wanted to just highlight all the work that staff's putting in right now to get the photo radar system up and running. You know, there's the compliance factor that in ordinances that you've seen and helped with tonight. There's also the whole communication strategy around the program, which we also talked about. There's the physical hardware, getting a camera mounted, working with CDOT, working with vendors, scrambling between PD and Public Works to figure out a good spot that's going to work long term. Doing all the training for this new program that we're implementing for staff, figuring out how we're going to process payments. So there's just we have like 4 or 5 meetings a week. Last week, this week, next week. Really trying to get this thing installed before Thanksgiving, and then so we can turn it on December 2nd and start this pilot program. So props to staff for doing that. Also, I mentioned a few times we had our CIRSA came in and did our safety audit, and I was really excited to see how staff responded to the chance for this audit. We've been working on this for months, like really embracing the safety culture here at Mountain View. And I'm proud to report that we had a 30% increase in our score from last year.
That's amazing.
Still room for a little bit of improvement, but like that's just remarkable and really props to staff, and especially Dave here for taking the lead on getting us ready for that audit. Finally, in your table settings, there is a job description for town clerk.
Everybody has this one.
So a few changes since we last interviewed for this position. So it's the big change is that this is an administrative town clerk position. We had in the past week when we had Mark here, it was really kind of an office manager and town clerk. With the town administrator, that's kind of duplicative in a lot of functions. So instead of hiring at that higher rate, I thought it was appropriate to hire an administrative town clerk. So kind of doing kind of some of the functions, more of the functions like that Amanda was doing, really. So doing the official town clerk role for the charter, but not having to manage staff. Mary, was there anything else you want to highlight?
I don't think so. A lot of this came from the prior job description, so you've seen it before. We've moved that position up and down, you know, in terms of the responsibility level, depending upon the needs. It's a good summary. we do need permission for the range, the salary range. So we need a motion and a second and a vote, I think, to approve that salary range.
Is this administrative, clerk gonna prepare the packet?
Very packet's always a team effort. So, yes, the town clerk will play a large role and, you know, especially as that person gets trained up, kind of take on more and more responsibilities.
They do the minutes.
Oh, they do minutes, lovely, that sounds great.
Well, you're so sad to pass that on.
I'm just, yeah, real
A
upset.
part of you is dying.
Any other questions? So can we have a motion?
Move to approve salary range
And for that job?
for the town administrative clerk.
So we need a motion to approve the town administrative clerk's job description and salary range as presented to council.
So moved.
Second. Will the town administrator call the roll? Do we have to do it that way? No? Okay. I always think money. All in favor say yes?
Yes.
All opposed say no. Motion passes. Thank you very much. Thank you, Administrator Beltrone. Council and committee reports. Unless our town attorney has anything to report. So we've had a little bit of confusion on my part about, I said it earlier in the meeting about, we had a council member submit a report, comment, and I put it in with public comments. I should have put it in with the council reports. We need to sort of decide, that's the first time this has ever happened. So I wasn't, you know, I had never asked the question. But it is appropriate for anybody to have a few moments to make their statements at the end of the meeting if they so choose. We should probably agree on some rules around that so that we don't get ourselves too out of control. I was suggesting that we kind of follow the public comment rules so that if somebody requests it, it can be in the packet. If they submit it by the deadline, which is noon Thursday. And if they don't request it, it doesn't go in the packet. And then council members could read it aloud or not read it aloud as they choose. And that we limit it to 4 minutes. How do those rules sound to you guys? Okay.
That's acceptable.
I'm not really like as set on like a 4-minute thing. I mean, I'm not really set on like a 4-minute thing. I feel like if someone, you know, a council member has something to say, and it's, you know, 4 minutes and 38 seconds, like I think they can finish. I mean, I don't want them to speak for 30 minutes, of course, but I think like, you know, under 5 minutes or something, under, you know, if they're 4 minutes and a little over, I think that's acceptable, but.
Well, let's say 5 minutes. I mean, I would go to 10 minutes if you guys want. It is your prerogative.
Sure, I could go with 5.
5 minutes.
That seems to be in the middle.
Okay. Okay, so does that make sense?
Yeah, I think we would probably update the rules of procedure and.
Yeah, I'll update that, but for now, I'll manage it using my chair's discretion with that instruction. And then when we have our retreat, we'll update that in our rules and procedures. So at this point, are there any council statements that people would like to make or committee reports?
I have one.
Councilmember Lashley.
So I wrote this. All right. Martin Luther King Jr. once said that everyone can be great because everyone can serve. I truly believe that quote when I decided to run for council member of Mountain View. I wanted to serve. I love my community and I wanted to give back by doing my time to make our already great community better. It's been brought to my attention that some community members feel like I don't make an effort to get to know them, and for that, I'm truly sorry. I would love to have conversations with any community member who is respectful, open-minded, and wants to make Mountain View great together. My family and I have lived here for 8 years now, and I have always been proud to call our safe, friendly, diverse, eclectic community home. Sadly, in the last year, there has been a huge shift at the council table. Instead of respectfully disagreeing at the table and leaving as friends like it has always been done, I have heard people have been upset because they didn't like how I voted at the table, or because they believed completely unfounded rumors that have been spread. But instead of asking me for more information or to address the rumors, which are one-sided and completely untrue, I got treated like I have done something horrible. When all I'm trying to do is represent the people who elected me and everyone in town who trusts all of us to do our best. The council table needs to be the voice for all residents, not just a small group. I know community members who feel bullied and afraid to speak up. They are wondering why the council is being bulldozed. For example, the petition, yes, 20% of residents signed it, but that also means that 80% of the community had some hesitation with that measure. We as elected representatives have a responsibility to 100% of all residents. Just because a small group has voiced their strong opinion doesn't mean that the whole town has spoken and council has to do exactly what they say. It means council should consider the issues carefully and have respectful conversations about the issue. Michelle Obama said, when they go low, we go high, and that's exactly what I'm choosing to do. I know what my morals and values are, and so do every other person that truly knows me. They know I care deeply about everyone, care deeply about this town, and care deeply about its future. I know the things being said about me and my family are untrue. I'm still going to show up for residents, make difficult and sometimes unpopular decisions, and do the right thing for the future of this town. I challenge all residents and council members to do the same. Let's rise above our political differences and work together. Let's come together respectfully to make all the residents' voices heard. Let's disagree respectfully. Let's have real conversations and let's respect each other's differences. I am proud I was elected as a council member from Mountain View, and I truly want to make every part of our town amazing for all of our residents.
Councilmember Lasher. Yeah. Any other council member statements or committee reports? Councilmember Tennis.
Yeah, I wanted to, now that I heard your thing, I kind of wanted to touch on that a little bit too. I'm hoping that, we can all come to a place where we can just work together and move forward, because we have a lot of really big goals ahead of us. And we need to be able to function and to be civil and to put some pettiness aside. I'm an emotional person. I understand that emotions can run high and that can play a factor into things like this, but we really need to be able to work together. Like I really want us to move forward. And I just felt like I needed to say that. It's been especially stressful. For me, especially being new, I'm still learning a lot of things. And sometimes I miss the mark sometimes, and I misjudge. And I just wanted to apologize if there's ever been anything that I've said that's out of line or that tears us apart, because that's not what I want. I just want us to all be able to.
Thank you very much. I appreciate that. Any other council statements? I think we have been through a lot in the last couple of months. And this is the first time that we've had a lot of community members come to the meetings, and it's hard to know how to have our meetings even without community members present. And then with the addition of community members being present, we sort of shift, and we really are doing a good job of learning and trying our best. And we've got to give ourselves the benefit of the doubt and give each other the benefit of the doubt. And I commend every single person at this table, because each of you is working from a place of wanting to serve. Every single one of you is working from a place of wanting to serve. You're not benefiting in financial ways, and you're giving of your time and effort, and you're giving up money to do this work because it's time. And I know it's hard and you're learning new skills, and as an adult to learn new skills, that's hard too. And so we just keep going, we just keep doing our best and committing and trying again. And let's just start here. Thank you. Future agenda schedule, Administrator Beltrone.
All right, just as a quick reminder, December 5th, we have our holiday party.
Yeah, right.
December 5th at 7:20 p.m. Holy Moly Denver. I'll send out a email reminder.
I'll actually do formal invitations, yeah, so we get RSVPs and stuff.
Even better. Thank you, Mary. The next meeting, December 16th, I'm assuming we want to have that here. Are we indefinitely meeting here, or is that?
Where's your contract?
$150.
$150.
I don't know, I just, my opinion, I think we could probably move that one back to town hall. I don't know how everyone else is feeling. I kind of noticed that each meeting's kind of been dwindling in crowd size. I don't know that it's necessarily, you know, I don't think it's necessary to just have a big space when there's not people filling it.
Well, I think the reason for the decline is the length of the town hall, that we have the workshop, right? And I mean, we have the workshop, right? And then the meeting itself. And so residents on a Monday night, it's difficult to stay until, you know, right. So I think that's a decline in attendance. I don't know, maybe we should take the temperature and find out who is interested in coming to the next council meeting before we're in a situation where we can only fit 3 or 4.
Is the December meeting combined? I can't remember.
Yeah.
It's combined, so we have DCI, Downtown Colorado, coming for the workshop, the annual fee schedule, the resolution on utility billing rates, organizational meeting, and then the town employee handbook updates. Also potentially a traffic safety resolution.
It's a little lighter.
Yeah, it's lighter.
It'll be a shorter meeting. It'll be a pretty dramatically shorter meeting.
Yeah.
December 1.
What about going back to splitting workshops from regular meetings? I know I've heard more than one resident comment that they would like to see that happen.
Yeah. But for the December meeting, it's kind of nice to have one short, sweet meeting so that we don't, you know, we can focus on our families and our holidays. And then look at splitting them then the January meeting is a workshop. I mean, it's a retreat. So we've just got the one. It's not, it really combines elements of both in some ways, but it's a formal meeting. And then February, I guess we could split out. We could say February is starting to split out. I'd like to, at the retreat, nail down the calendar. That's one of the things on the agenda. So then that would be one of the decisions we could make at the retreat, where we say these meetings are combined, but these aren't. But for the December meeting, since it is kind of light, what if we said, but we've got the Downtown Colorado Inc. stuff that I think it would be good to drum up resident engagement, honestly. Like, I think for Downtown Colorado Inc. stuff, at this stage, we really need to keep talking to the residents and inviting them, and we should have the larger space. Because we want to educate them and bring them along. We don't want to do it to them, we want to do it with them.
Yeah.
And I think there's a way that we can use the space and encourage them to come, and it's a shorter meeting.
And regardless of the moratorium, I think we still, regardless of the outcome of the moratorium, I think we still need to continue to encourage resident participation at every council. And even if we have, I don't know, what do we have, 15, 20 people here tonight? Historically, right? What have we seen? This is, we're on a positive notion of getting community involvement. And we need to continue that motion.
Yeah, I agree.
So yes.
Yeah, let's try.
Okay, then, in terms of the parking lot, just want to do a quick.
I'm sorry, real quick. Can you put on the future, can you add to the December meeting that we'll also hear a report from our new committee? That we'll have some time at the end of the meeting to hear a report from the committee.
A report plus the traffic safety resolution. Anything else to add specifically for the 60?
There were two questions in the meeting, the construction standards about having a holiday and or a day off that was quiet from construction sound. So we wanted to bring some information, more information around that. And I think I heard agreement about more information around neighbor notifications as well in the workshop.
Do we want a workshop on breaking instructions / notification, neighbor notification?
A workshop about a day or holiday, a weekend day or holidays where there is no construction noise and neighbor notifications. So it's not two workshops, but one, like construction standards, yeah.
And then we talked about the grant program. Is that something we're going to tackle in December as well?
Could we do that in February, everybody? Would you guys be okay putting the idea of the grant program off until February? So we budgeted the money, but that's a conversation that's gonna be, we're really gonna have to talk through some things. And we need to go out and get information and stuff. So let's maybe put it in February for the workshop.
Okay, and then other parking lot items, infrastructure plan, capital improvement plan, that's kind of still in the works. We incorporated a lot of that into our budget this year. But hoping to kind of formalize that in 2025. Council mayor pay changes. It's on the parking lot. Charter changes. Kind of, I guess, I think, Mayor, how we talked about that is just kind of now that the election's over, will be certified, results will be certified. I think right before Thanksgiving, is what they're saying. A discussion on that potentially. We have minimum parking requirement code updates. We've also to confirm ADU friendly municipality destination comp plan implementation workshop number 2 and manufactured homes workshop. So any of those items on the parking lot that we want to address in the short term?
I think most of them are sort of, given the work that we've got on our plates right now, maybe not as urgent. The new committee and that design conversation and the economic development stuff, that's big stuff.
We do have a parking lot review for our retreat. Is that bring it back up
Yeah.
characterize.
Yeah, and also think in terms of like your projects that you're interested in doing. That's the time to bring them at that retreat and say, I've always wanted to do this thing and I've been talking to residents and is there any interest for this? And then let's start sort of shaping the future. Bring those things forward at that retreat.
Any other direction?
Oh, I'm sorry, I was sleeping. I'm trying to wake myself up.
All right, thanks, Mary.
Thank you very much. We have a motion to adjourn.
Move to adjourn.
Second. It's 11:17 and there's no more business and we are hereby adjourned. Thank you, everybody.